Championship match between Yorkshire and Durham. The teams are as follows. Firstly for Yorkshire, Adam Ryan, James Water, Jerry Bedstone, Matthew Levis, George Hill, Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, Matt Mills, and Jack White. And for Durham, Series, Emilio Gay, Paul Rhodes, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, Daniel Hall, Shafikul Ghaffar, Michael Burns, and Steve O'Shaughnessy. And match referee is Michael Smith. And scorers are William Dobson and John Potter.
Not so bad, pal, how are you? Rain is in, and again Jordan Thompson turning that one to mid-wicket. Matthew Potts has a fair old run to field it, but he's not cutting off a single because they're not thinking about one of those.
Ral Chahar, who's taken 7 for 45 for Surrey, has only been signed for this one game.
Yeah, that's it's terrible, isn't it, having short-term signings?
Yeah. But for one match...
Never produce the goods.
Good job there's no short-term signings in this match.
Yeah. Changing the field because there are just 2 balls left in this first over of the day, which is, incidentally, the 138th of the Yorkshire first innings. So they've ringed the field with the exceptions of Fine, long leg, and the backward square as he is now. Rain to Thompson down the leg side. And Jordan has a flick at it but misses. So he's got 1 ball to try and retain the strike, if indeed that is the plan.
Hampshire now need another 29. They've just got a 4.
Are there many in? You can't see on the pictures as to how many there are in. 465 for 9. Last ball of the opening over of the day then. Rain in, and Thompson is going to take on Alex Lees with a little nudge towards mid-off and gets through. So he will retain the strike, move on to 45, and it's 466 for 9. The lead now at 120. I mentioned some of those messages from yesterday. Russ back in Berlin from his travels. We were talking about the silences yesterday. He thinks it's caused by an electronic function called VOGAD, Voice Operated Gain Adjusting Device. I like that bit of technical at the start of the day. I don't think I could cope with it later on.
I turned the Atmos mic up in the hope that it got loud enough that the system wouldn't cut out, thinking it was hearing silences.
But he says this raises the voice content above a preset squelch level when you speak. It's designed to cut out noisy background effects.
All right. Incredible. You live and learn.
Thanks, Russ.
Shafiqullah Ghaffari is going to bowl to Thompson, who's on 45. 466 for 9. The lead is 120. 95 overs in theory left of the season here. Comes round the wicket. Thompson drives at a full toss, but he's not going to take any runs. He's played it up to McKinney at wide, long off, no run. McKinney has spent most of this innings in the slips, but he's on the boundary with his back to the rugby stand. Cross towards the sort of left-hand corner of it near the Taverners stand. Fari comes in again and bowls. It's gone short on the leg side, no run. The keeper comes to picking up. They've so far bowled 1 over in Hampshire, and there's an eternity before the next one begins. Fielding changes and whatnot. In comes Ghaffari again. That's turned off to square leg for 1 run for Thompson. He has 46. And Yorkshire now 467 for 9.
Putting a bit of trust in Jack White then with 3 balls to face. Richard in Ilkley, thanks for your message. As I say, late yesterday, and it was Kevin Sharp related, so apologies we didn't get that out, but shout out for you anyway.
Ghaffari ready to bowl here. He's brought a leg slip in now for White. First slip and a C point. Keeper standing up. Comes in, flights it in, it's a full toss. It's hammered back past him for 4. Really poor ball. And Jack White says, yes, please. He's off the mark.
Lovely shot. Martin in Newport as well. Similarly, asking questions with regard to yesterday's commentator, Kevin Sharp, mentioned Neil Lloyd. Maybe that's something next season when we get Kev back on again that he'd talk to us about, because clearly he was a very high-class young.
McKinney's retrieved the ball from the seats at the far end of the ground. 471 for 9. Ghaffari in again, and that's played out into the cover. Stopped one-handed by Emilio Gay. One ball left of this 139th over. Ghaffari to White. White plays out along the floor, away down towards backward point, but Thompson tells him to stay where he is. 4 more runs to Hampshire.
It's getting closer. Richard Mabin says, "Dear all, I was brought up in Paignton, Devon. Went to Paignton Cricket Club's evening nets as they were looking for new young players. I was 16. I bowled some balls down, and then the chap in charge told a player to get the young'un in and bowl at him. I was handed a bat, and without pads and the other protection faced the bowler. I survived and went on to be a solid number 11 and a reasonable opening bowler in the North Surrey area. The chap in charge? Paignton pro player Dickie Bird." God bless him, he says.
Been to the zoo there?
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
quite a big place, isn't it?
We had our jollies there during the... I remember watching Peru beat Scotland in the 1978 World Cup. Down in Paignton. As Ben Rain bowls, and that's stroked down the ground by Jordan Thompson. A few pots dropped out to long on, but
we were
tempt Tomo to take the run.
We were down there 15 years ago this week because of photographs just come up on my Facebook memories page today of my daughter, who's turning 18 at Christmas. She was 3, and we were on the River Avon up on Dartmoor. That was the week we went there. Lovely area.
Here is Rain and Thompson defence. Yeah. Phil Daniel in Huddersfield says, "Like many other listeners, just a note to say thanks for the commentaries this season. I've listened more this season than in previous ones because I seem to have mastered the art of finding you on the BBC Sports app. I was thrown this morning when the BBC Sound moved you from Sports Extra 3 to 2 without updating the schedule. Well, we're on 2 at the moment, Phil, as you'll know if you're listening, and I think we may be on Extra.
Was he in Quadrophenia?
Pending the outcome of the match down in Southampton. Yeah, I think so. That was Daniels, wasn't it?
Daniels.
That's turned to Matt Potts again. No run.
When we saw Blur at Wembley 2 years ago, he came on stage and sang Park Life with them.
He goes on, "I've enjoyed hearing Kevin on Wednesday and yesterday, and Graham Colley. I used to listen to Graham with Kevin Howells and Jeff Cope on Sunday afternoons on Radio Leeds Medium Wave." Remember Medium Wave? Back in the 1990s. Duckworth Lewis was new then and was known as the Duckworth Lewis method, but the Radio Leeds crew tended to call it Vera Duckworth. As that's a chop down on the ball by Jordan Thompson that goes away backward of square leg. No run, is that right? You lowering the tone, Graham Colley. Actually,
who's the lead singer of the Duckworth Lewis method? Because he's a big cricket fan.
Not sure, but I should qualify that in case he's listening. But Colson Smith just presenting the Radio Leeds Saturday morning show. I've just done a 2-way with him previewing today's play, so we can't sit here and really have a strong go at Coronation Street, can we? Even though it was made over on the dark side, of course, or it is. Rain to Thompson, short. Does think about the pull shot and really go through with it. No run.
Colson Smith. So, I haven't watched Corrie Fair, so which character is that? I don't know. Years and years ago, I went to Coronation Street. You could go and do the tour of Granada Studios.
Done that, yeah.
A pint of Newton and Ridley in the Rovers.
Rain then. Thompson is going to get himself a 50 in his final innings for Yorkshire, and he's deserved that. He's batted very sensibly out there in this knock, just what the team required, and he'll be pretty chuffed with himself to have come up with a performance in his final match for the county. Jordan his 65th first-class match, and that is a 12th first-class half-century.
Tell you what, I think Hampshire are going to pull this off here. They're 157 for 9. Need 181 to win.
112 balls, a 6, and that was his 6th 4. The tail of the tape for Jordan Thompson. How many to win now, sorry?
Well, they've just got another run there, so 23 to win, maybe 22, 23.
They've had the let's be positive chat, haven't they, before they went out this morning?
We can't have yet another heartbreak after the One Day Cup and the T20. Ghaffari bowling here to White. Just keeps that out. It's sort of spinning around next to his foot. Ghaffari coming round the wicket from the rugby end of the ground. Comes in and bowls. White plays that up to McKinney at mid-off, no run.
Uncle Tone, watching in York, says, is it true that all white balls are made by Kookaburra? If so, what difference would playing white ball cricket with the Dukes make? I don't know. That manufactures all the balls, to be honest with you.
White pulls this next ball from Ghaffari out towards deep mid-wicket and doesn't get a run. Nice shot, actually, but they're not bothering.
If you had more of a seam on a white ball, then it would change the complexion a fair bit, you would have thought. Which is why they don't.
Ghaffari in again. It's a full toss. It's played back to him along the floor by White. Top ball. It's quite a bit of a breeze from the east today. It's a little, although the sun's shining, it's a nice September day. It's a little bit cooler today. About 12 degrees when I got here, 11 and a half, 12 degrees. Next ball's defended, it rolls towards square leg, picked up by Beddingham, no run. .475 for 9, the lead is 129. Ghaffari bowls, and White thumps that at silly point at Graham Clark. I think that ricochets off him. Goes for a little walk. I think that might have just stung a bit. No run. End of the over.
Dean, the Don in Doncaster, thanks to you and your colleagues and all those who contribute behind the scenes. Always look forward to your commentary and impressions. I didn't know what you're talking about. I do hope we stay up, he says. I'd better send this. Who knows how much play is left in the game.
You're not thinking of it career as a voice artist or anything, are you? Because I wouldn't bother if I was you.
Here's Ben Rain, bowling to Jordan Thompson, who just has to be watchful there. Turns that one way back with a square leg. No run.
Hampshire survive another over. They're 1-5-8 for 9 against Surrey. They need 1-8-1 to win. Mark Davies has emailed. Thanks for another season. Another season has flown by. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to you and all of the other commentators for providing your commentary, insight, analysis and humour throughout the season. You are my eyes on the game.
Rain to Thompson, defends into the offside.
You're my eyes on the game and your words illuminate the game we all love. Thank you and have a healthy and happy winter. All the best, says Mark. Thanks very much for that, Mark.
Yep, Malcolm out there in España says, last day, looks like we survived to fight another season. Hope I'll be around to hear your silken tones once again. In the close season, we shall miss Jordan Thompson and Matt Milnes. We need to bring along some of our young talent and perhaps recruit one or two. Finley Bean needs to do some work on his consistency, he says, and Matthew Revis has matured into a good bat, but his bowling needs work. As Thompson defends into the leg side this time. Johnny B's absences make him unsuitable to be skipper, in Malcolm's opinion, and he thinks Don Bess is a better option. Ben Code, injury issues, but I hope he can overcome them. Shame that neither Wharton nor Luxton nor Bean can bowl a few overs. Just a few thoughts to mull over, he says. Tell your opinion, folks, and you can have your say on those correspondence addresses we've mentioned already, as Jordan Thompson has got caught by Alex Lees at long off, got underneath one, going for the big shot towards the end of the over, and he will complete his time with Yorkshire with the bat, we think, with his last innings being precisely 50, and Yorkshire are all out for 475 And that is a lead of 129 runs, 116 balls, 6 fours and a 6 for Jordan Thompson. And that, of course, leaves Jack White not out at the non-striking end. And JT. Well, there's the applause for a player who's given very good service to the county for the last 7 years. We'll miss him. And Ben Rain, excellent effort from him, because that was a fiver to go with the 100 that he's already scored in the match, and he's been outstanding for Durham. And as we said yesterday, if the result goes their way down at Southampton and they come out of this with a draw, then he deserves plenty of plaudits anyway, but he's certainly played a huge part in Durham's part in this match. 35.4 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 76 for Ben Rain. Matthew Potts finishes with 1 for 115 from 35 overs and 6 maidens. The ground staff will go off and do their bit. The heavy roller, surprise, surprise, is coming on. Let's take this game as deep as we can, would be clearly the attitude. What's the latest from down at Southampton, Martin?
Still batting, and they're 158 for 9. So, got the bowling figures here. So, Ben Rain, 35.4 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 76. Matty Potts, 35 overs, 6 maidens, 115 runs, 1 wicket. Daniel Hogg bowled 24 overs, of which 4 were maidens, none for 87. Ghaffari took 4 for 119 with his spin, 29 overs he bowled, and 5 of those were maidens. And we also had 18 overs from Will Rhodes, 2 maidens, none for 61. So batting points wise, what did we get to again in the end? It was
Yorkshire managed 3.
Yeah, Durham 2.
Yeah. So, players taking a breather. We'll do the same just for a few minutes while they make the change around. Back with you very shortly.
Michael Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Johnny Bastow, winning Yorkshire.
Welcome back then, as the umpires make their way out to the middle for the Durham second innings. And Hampshire are all out for. So Surrey have won that match. Hampshire have been beaten down at the Bowl. And so there we go. Howard Ferguson announcing it immediately to the crowd. There were cheers out there as well. So that changes the complexion here, and we could be here for a while, because now Durham need to ensure that they don't lose this match, and if that is the case, they will secure their future in Division 1. It's in the interest of both these teams really for nothing to happen for the rest of the day here now, because Hampshire have been beaten and could be going back to Division 2, and that would mean that it'd been a fairly dismal end to the campaign for Hampshire, in the sense that they've been in finals and not managed to win those. They've had a points deduction and they could be going down. That should also secure Yorkshire's future in Division 1 now as well. Let's get the league table up. These are all these horrible permutations that we've got to deal with. But yeah, Yorkshire 152 points, Hampshire 145. They cannot pass Yorkshire now. So Yorkshire are safe, even if they somehow contrive to lose this match, which would be a bit of a miracle as it stands with the time we've got left in the game anyway. So yeah, Yorkshire, I think, can be pretty happy that they're safe, and Durham have got to see out the rest of today's play, Graham, and they too will be the same.
Yeah, Yorkshire were their philosophy for this game was all about batting for a long time, and as it's turning out, Durham are now, as you say, Dodgy, look to do exactly the same. Hampshire will be hugely disappointed, won't they? Not just in the result, but the fact that in their second innings, their first wicket fell at 61. So they've had quite a collapse, haven't they, following the loss of that first wicket. So, yeah, huge disappointment for them there. But as you say here, all the nerves are much calmer than they were before the start of play. Durham, of course, has still got a job to do here. It's hard to see Yorkshire losing from here, as you say. Durham potentially, I guess, still could. They're 129 behind.
Jack White for the first ball of this Durham second innings to Alex Lees, who punches it out to James Wharton in the covers. And there is no run. Come on, Durham. Some of the shouts from the side. I think there'll probably be a few Yorkshire supporters who are shouting, come on, Durham, as well, you know. That would not surprise me at all, bearing in mind what happened in 2022, when Hampshire, of course, capitulated on that last day at the hands of Liam Norwell, and Yorkshire went down by a point. Jack White turns and will make his way in past umpire Michael Burns, who's now standing at this Kirkstall Lane end, and Lees, full delivery, punched to Matt Milnes at mid-off. There is no run. The last man to go there was James Fuller, who was the top scorer. No, my apologies, second highest scorer behind Ali Orr. 37 he made from 81 deliveries. He batted for more than an hour and a half either side of the overnight. And he was caught, folks, bowled Chahar, who finished with 8 for 51 from his 24 overs and 7 maidens. Flown in for one match. Wow, what influence he's had. As White bowls, and that is played out into the offside again by Alex Lees, and there is no run. So Dan Lawrence picked up a couple of wickets yesterday, 2 for 61 from 20. Chahar, 8 for 51. And 160 all out. Surrey won by 20 runs, having been bowled out for 147 in the first innings. So there were lots of moans and groans the other day about Surrey apparently not picking their strongest side. Well, it turns out they didn't need it. In comes White. That's turned in front of square on the leg side by Alex Lees. And he's going to pick up a couple of runs to get Durham going for the second innings here, where it's just clouded over for the moment, but it's still plenty bright enough. No need for the floodlights yet.
Yeah, looking at that Hampshire innings, Wheel, the number 11, did a pretty decent job for them as well, didn't he, in terms of their attempt to win the game. He faced 37 balls. He was not out 4. But, yeah, it's just all on this game at Headingley now.
White bowls. Lees just opens the face and leans on that. Agarwal is going to give chase down through third man, which is vacant, and they come back for 2 more. So 4 without loss, with 1 to come in the opening over.
Yeah, I mean, a collapse here by Durham looks really, really improbable, doesn't it? You know, when you look at the pitch, we were just talking about, weren't we, about the track. It looks almost as good on day 4, beginning of day 4, as it did on day 1.
Yeah, this would just be the danger time, so when it's fairly early in the day, just this first hour, I think you wouldn't want to lose 3 or 4. As White's in, and Leeds again plays out into the offside, and Wharton fields. But beyond that, if you can get through that first hour, I think then they should be pretty well on towards getting the draw that they need. The heavy roller went on between Yorkshire's demise and Durham coming out here for a second time, so they've had the benefit of that, if you like, as well, which should kill any life in it for a while. But it's just held together really well, hasn't it, this hybrid pitch? It was used in the 100, and that's the only previous time or times it's been used during this season, not for a championship game. And although there were footmarks, you know, that we saw on it before the match started, and thought, oh, this could break up. It's just, that's the reason for hybrid pitches, to bind, I think, the surface together to give it a bit more foundation, and it's held up well. Matthew Milnes from the Howard stand end.
Yep, here he comes into Gay. Gay is on the back foot, just pushing that out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, there's been no sign at all of any inconsistent bounce in the track. There's been no sign of any exaggerated turn. The odd 1 or 2 out of the footmarks for the spinners. Don Bess on day 1, I remember turning one, you know, pretty dramatically out of the footmarks, but other than that, you know, down the centre of the track, there's been very little turn. As Milnes comes in again round the wicket to the left-hander, that's just going to go in that gap between third slip and backward point, and they go through for a single. 5 without loss, Durham.
As we welcome listeners to Sports Extra, well, you'll know the outcome of that match down at Southampton, but just in case you don't, Surrey the winners by 20 runs. Hampshire may well be the team that are playing Division 2 cricket next year, but there's a bit of work for Durham to do yet. Yorkshire now safe with the 6 bonus points they've got from this match. They can't finish lower than Hampshire.
So Matt Milnes running in towards us from the Howard stand end to Alex Lees. Lees really strong on that front foot, pushes that out into the offside. James Wharton is in there to do the fielding. Bit of cloud cover at Headingley now. It's been a really bright morning here, but just some clouds have drifted overhead, dark in colour in some places, but the forecast is pretty good for the rest of the day. You might have heard Martin saying there's a potential for some rain later in the day, but probably not until around 6 o'clock or thereafter. As Milnes is in again, Lee's pushing that out onto the offside. Agarwal in there doing the fielding. What a game he's had, by the way. Mayank Agarwal for Yorkshire, 175 off 195 balls. Really polished innings from him. And that's really helped to give Yorkshire some confidence coming into this last day that they're unlikely to be in any kind of danger. They won't be now, as Doidge's just said. Here's hit on the pad there. Good delivery from Mills. He's well forward though. Alex Lees again there, and that one was probably just angling down the leg side. Anyway, a conference starts behind the stumps. Bairstow Hill, Lythe and Bean come together for a get together and a chat. Durham on 5 without loss, trailing Yorkshire here by 124. 1 ball remaining of this second over. And Milnes passes the umpire now, and that's going to be clipped off his pads by Lees, backward of point. And they go through for another single, so Lees will just pinch the strike there. And 2 overs complete in the innings. And as we were saying earlier, really Durham's job now here is absolutely to ensure that they avoid defeat. So I expect them to take a really cautious approach to how they go about things over the course of the next few hours or so. That's 2 overs bowled, 6 without loss, 123 behind Yorkshire. Durham 3-4-6 in their first innings, remember. And Yorkshire finished on 4-7-5 all out earlier today. Jordan Thompson completing that 50 on his final appearance.
Just bat, I think, is the key, isn't it? And if there's anything, one thing that these 2 players can do for Durham, it is that. Alex Lees and Emilio Gay can certainly both play long innings and have done against Yorkshire themselves. That latest delivery from Jack White, the first of the over, just defended back down the pitch. Jordan Thompson, he's having a good inspection of the ball along with Matt Milnes. Just probably saying to Matt, look, just throw it to me. I'll sort them out. It's my last day. I'll run through them.
He'll be itching to
give it to me
to get on, won't he?
6 without loss. White bowls. And I think we could be saying this for a while today. Lee's defence.
Yep.
And there is no run.
Solid defence as well. Straight bat.
And I'm sure if you're a Durham supporter, you'll be quite happy for the repetition as the day goes on.
As a batter, it's got to be one of the great instructions in life from the head coach, hasn't it? Just go out there and bat. You don't need to score. Just stay in, bat as long as you can, for as long as you want.
Get yourself a net in the middle. White in, and Lees leaves that delivery. There are games still going on elsewhere, of course, in addition to this one. Somerset Essex taking place down at Chelmsford into the last innings of the match there after Somerset were rolled for 99 yesterday. Essex could end up with a win by the looks of things. They need 48 with 8 second innings wickets in hand. They're 47 for 2 second time around. That's the only other Division 1 match still in play. As White bowls and Leeds leaves another delivery wide of off stump. Division 2, Leicestershire and Northamptonshire playing at Northampton. And it's the hosts who are 156 for 5 in their second innings. I think they're staring down the barrel by the looks of things, because they're 345 behind, and Leicestershire have got 98 overs remaining to pick up the required wickets. 98 on day 4. Don't think they'll have that many, but anyway. White makes his way in. Lees defends into the offside for James Wharton to do the fielding. Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex against Gloucestershire. That's at Lords. Gloucestershire 62 for 1 in their second innings. They're 286 runs behind saving that match with most of the day to go. And at Canterbury, Kent 162 for 6 look like they are going to finish the season on a particularly low note, because they're 265 behind with 4 wickets remaining. Comes White again, final ball of the over, and Leeds Stretching forward, plays that to James Walton, once again in the offside. Things have darkened appreciably in the last 10 minutes or so since they went out to bat for the second time. It's certainly playable light at the moment. There's no floodlights on, but suddenly a different feeling if you're sitting outside. It'd be fairly parky, I would think, Graham.
It's cool, isn't it? Really cool morning, as you would expect at this time of year, but great to be here watching cricket, and hopefully we'll get through the day's play without any weather interruptions.
Just to go back to the table briefly, so Worcestershire, as we know, bottom with 103 points. Hampshire, 145 they've finished on. Yorkshire already have 146. So even if they lost this match, they couldn't go down. It's about Durham now.
So, new over from Mills, driven by Gay up towards mid-off. Well pitched up delivery there by Mills. No addition to the Durham total.
So we're going to be tripping to Grace Road and to Sophia Gardens next season.
Yep.
Marty will be happy about that if Durham stay up. Another trip down to the southwest. Yeah, that's got to be a 350-mile drive for you, is it?
Here's Mills again. Okay, really watchful. Head over the ball, plays it late, pushes that one out into the offside.
Where would you rather go, Marty? Sophia Gardens or Southampton? Sophia Gardens gets the vote from the Durham jury. No, you're not in Southampton, no, when you go down to Southampton.
Mills around the wicket to the left-handed Gay. Two slips in. Gay's forward. Again, pitch playing impeccably well here. Pushed back up towards mid-on. Fielded by Matthew Revis. Hands in pockets for Adam Lythe in the slips, keeping the hands warm momentarily. Has been bright, as I mentioned, but the temperature has dropped with the sun behind the cloud now. Matt Mills is quickly back to the end of his mark, and he comes in now past the umpire. Gay waits again. He's right on the money. He's Mills, and Gay is happy just to push that back up towards mid-off, fielded by Jordan Thompson there. No addition to the score. It's going to be that kind of day, I think, folks, where the Durham batters are happy just to defend and make sure that they retain their place out there in the middle, avoid losing wickets, and we'll be happy with a draw. Here's Mills again. Gay again is forward and pushed out onto the onside on this occasion. 6 without loss it remains. Johnny Bairstow just having a walk up to the stumps here. He's got an outstretched right arm, looking to make a change to the field, and it looks like Dom Bess, who's going to be going onto the boundary at mid-wicket, or is he? Not quite onto the boundary, so this could maybe indicate there might be one or two short ones from Mills as he comes in now, but not that time as Gay pushes forward out into the offside again. And that is the end of another over, and not surprisingly another maiden. We'll see a few of those today. And Lee's 5 not out, Gay 1 not out, and Durham still trail by 123.
And just looking at other things in the picture here, you know, now that we know Yorkshire's fate for the season, batting and bowling points. Yorkshire 18 batting bonus points is. There's only Hampshire with 12 and Worcestershire with 12. We've got inferior number of batting bonus points, so there's something to work on for them there going forward. Sussex with just the 20, although they're going to finish. It looks like they're going to finish in 4th place as in comes White, and is left by Leeds. Bowling bonus points, well, of course, they're picked up more regularly, generally speaking. Everybody's got at least 31 of those. Essex have got the fewest, along with Warwickshire, and when you look at their home matches and the way they're played out, that's not a surprise. It seems to be more difficult to take wickets there. It's not easy to take wickets here, as we know these days. Yorkshire have got 33 bowling bonus points, and Durham will finish the season with 32. But even the top three have only got 34 each. That's wide of off stump and left by Lees.
Yeah, the really alarming stat on the table from a bonus point perspective, I guess, is you look at Worcester's batting points, and that's one of the key reasons why they will be relegated before this round of games. I think they had 12.
Still have,
yeah.
Their season's complete. Although they finished with the second highest in the bowling bonus point.
Yeah.
With 39 behind Sussex on 40. As White bowls and Lees runs this one down to third man and they get a single. There's been talk, Kevin Sharp was saying it when he was in the box yesterday, it's tough to get to 250 for your first batting bonus point. English conditions, especially at the times of year that the Championship is largely played.
Yeah. And Sharpie was what? He was suggesting that a reduction from 250 to 200, 225.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't think he gave a figure, but yeah, you'd have thought from that point, if you're going to reduce it, it would have to be 225 or 200, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
As it was 200 up to a few years ago, as Emilio Gay gets solidly in behind this latest Jack White delivery. Plays it back to him. White with his first 5 for in Yorkshire colours in the first innings here, 5 for 69.
He's been one of the success stories of the season, hasn't he, Jack White?
Yeah, it's been superb.
Incredible consistency, and also his fitness.
Yes.
As well, and the regularity of his appearances.
Yeah, not to be underestimated these days. He's in again, and that is run to backward point where Bess fields. No run. Yeah, I mean, if you can find yourself a robust fast bowler, you're going to be able to play in the vast majority of matches.
It's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially if they're as effective as he is. It's definitely a major thing.
You can guarantee, can't you, that would be something that Anthony McGrath would have taken into consideration, as he's looking around the circuit, looking at potential options, potential signings. How good are they? How many wickets do they take? But also, do they stay fit? Do they play games? Not sure about, Jack White's fitness down the years, but this year it's been good.
Yeah, White again, good delivery, and he has a nibble at that one, Emilio Gay, as it passes him on the rise through to the gloves of Bairstow. But fortunately for Emilio, he didn't get a touch. Jordan Thompson, just been replaced for the moment by Will Luxton. Mention you can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge on X or jonathandoidge.bsky social.
Still not sticking that one, is it?
No. It's like, when your gran says to you, I'm not touching that video recorder, it's going to blow up. I can't remember what the blue sky thing is. And it's also Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. John Rawlton says, cheers for the coverage, always entertaining and bridges the miles and years from being able to see it with my own eyes. Thanks very much, John. Bent Nielsen says, morning, quick wicket for Surrey could make it into a quiet day at Headingley. Well, we've got that. And Bent goes on, Div 1 again next year. We will learn if the commentary on the streams.
Matt Mills in again, pushed out into the offside, no addition to the score.
Oh right, will we learn if the commentary on the streams, if they are still free next season, will be with the BBC teams in advance, or will it again be left to a couple of days before the season? I get your drift on that front. Ben, I don't know. I think it was a 4-year deal that was signed between BBC and the ECB, so there should be some BBC commentary next year.
Here comes Milnes again to Lees this time. Lees pushing that one back up the pitch. Milnes quickly down to collect. Quick chat between Bairstow and Lees.
As for who'll be doing it for each station, you never know.
Never know.
Really. Can't count those chickens. Jim Green says, "Morning, Jonathan. Thanks for the commentary over the last few months. Have a good holiday and hope we see some positive results." Oh yeah, well, that's the Ashes trip for me.
Here's Milnes coming into Lees again. Lees pushes out into the offside.
He goes on, "If Yorkshire get Durham 99 for 9, I'll really enjoy Marty on commentary," he says.
Marty's looking a lot more relaxed in the last 15-20 minutes than I saw him earlier on in the game.
Yeah, off air to us, he was saying beforehand, "Oh, sorry, you're going to win that."
We're down.
Yeah, we're down. Sorry, you're going to win that game.
A smile appeared on his face. Here's Milnes again. Lees steers that one down to third man. And fielder down there is Finlay Bean. In comes the throw. Single to Lees.
Thanks also to Trapsy for his kind words with regard to the comms this season.
Still the heavy cloud cover overhead. Still no floodlights on though. Just a sign that the clouds might just be about to break again. Here's Milnes to Gay. Gay again playing that one right under his eyes, pushing it out into the offside. Argowall fields and immediately goes into some frantic polishing of the ball on his right leg. James Wharton does the same, but he polishes on his sweater. Finally the ball back in the hands of Milnes again. 2 slips in for Milnes as he turns round the wicket from the Howard stand end again. Gay, who has one to his name at the moment. Half-fist volley, good strike and a good diving stop. That's Will Luxon up there, is it, on the field? He came on for JT, didn't he? So good diving stop up there, but they go through for the single, and no real alarms for the Durham batters so far, I have to say. 6 overs gone, 9 without loss.
Yep, and remembering, of course, they were 7 for 2 in the first innings, so they're not out of the woods yet. Still only 6 overs old, and the lacquer coming off the ball. It might get just trickier for a little spell before you'd expect things to play that little bit easier. Sally, currently near Buffalo in New York, says, "Hi Jonathan, thank you and all the BBC cricket commentators for another great domestic county championship season. Being able to listen to matches when I live so far away isn't something I take for granted, but I was extremely disappointed the Beeb chose to ignore the 50-over trophy in favour of the 100, as in comes White, and that is run out to point by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Well, I've got to stick up for the BBC there, Sally, because they didn't completely ignore the 50-over trophy, because I did 3 of the matches with Kevin Howells for starters, but yeah, around the locals that was the case. She says also, as a side note, newcomers to cricket via that format, the 100, must be terribly confused when they go to a regular game for the first time, and not only due to the length of the overs. White makes his way in, and Gay gets right in behind that. She says, "I'm temporarily moving back to England soon and looking forward to getting to Headingley for at least a couple of days next season. Maybe I'll be able to say hello in person." Yeah, you do that, Sally, when you're back. But plenty of correspondence from you over the last few seasons. 2 balls into this 7th over. Gay blocking that latest delivery.
She's in Ryder Cup territory there, New York, isn't she? Catching a lot of the sporting headlines this morning.
Here comes White once again, wide on the crease. Gay right in behind that, defends once more.
Donald Trump put an appearance in, didn't he, yesterday at the Ryder Cup? There was a there was some of the I saw some of the golf yesterday, and there was some of the European supporters in the crowd with T-shirts on, and the headline on the T-shirts were "There's another Donald in town," as in Luke Donald, the European captain, which was quite clever.
Here comes White once again to bowl to Gay, who's leaving one wide of off stump on this occasion. No run. White Rose Rob says, "Dear Jonathan, just want to thank you and your team for another excellent summer of commentary on our favourite cricket team. Your wealth of knowledge and great humour are an essential part of my summer, so many thanks to you all, and to the BBC for having the wisdom to cover all forms of professional cricket in this way. Great use of the good old licence fee. I'm an exiled Yorkie, having been forced in 1980 to leave behind the suave sophistication and scenic beauty of Cleckheaton and settle for the industrial grime of the Cotswolds." More in a moment, because Jack White is making his way in again, and Gay defends once more. He goes on, "As such, your commentaries are an essential lifeline back to my home county and the fluctuating fortunes of our beloved cricket team. Highlights this season have been the blossoming of young talent in Messrs Hill, Wharton, Luxton and Revis. This surely bodes well for the future. Many other seasoned troopers have once again delivered the goods. Maybe next season we'll finally bring a trophy." He speculates perhaps we may need a different 4-day captain. Looking forward to next season. Once again, many thanks, White Rose Rob. Thanks, Rob. The suave sophistication and scenic beauty of Cleckheaton. Yeah, I've spent a bit of time in Cleck over the years, and I hadn't imagined that much. Those sort of words really, as that's wide of off stump and left by Emilio Gay to complete the over at 9 without loss. I did used to play a bit of cricket down at Spen Victoria, which is just uphill from Cleck. I think it's officially in Gummersall, but I could be wrong.
I was lucky enough to spend a few days in the Cotswolds earlier on this summer, but one of the things that struck me, I think it was on about the second day, was that it's not quite Cleckheaton. No, beautiful part of the world, great place to live. We spent some time in Bolton on the water, which is absolutely glorious. Absolutely overrun with tourists from all parts of the world.
If you can afford to stay in places like Bolton on the water, we need to re-look at your daily rate when you're on it, because you must be getting more than me.
It just about pays my bus fare home, Dodgy, as you know. 9 without loss then. Start of a new over. 7 gone. 2 minutes before 11:30 on the final day of the 2025 season, as Milnes in again to Leeds. All really well picked up by James Wharton in the covers there. It's always just ready to pounce, Wharton. Always on the move, isn't he? Such a great mover in the field.
Reminiscent of yourself at your finest, I think, there, Graham.
Talking about somebody who rarely moved from slip or gully.
But just the way you moved down the corridor to the comm box this morning, you can still tell there's an athlete within.
Still looking reasonably sprightly, you thought? As long as it's a straight line, I'm not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
That was a single to Alex Lees, by the way, down to fine leg.
He does move around the field like a racehorse, though, doesn't he, James Wharton?
Yeah.
Unbelievable catch at Scarborough is one thing I'll take away from this season. Great catch from George Hill in the Durham first innings here. Was it George Hill? It was, wasn't it? Another takeaway. Oh, big appeal as Milnes comes in. Gay confidently looks down at his feet as if to say, no, never out. It was a good appeal, though. Maybe on this angle around the wicket, perhaps just drifting down past the leg side. Umpire not interested. Alex Lees has gone across to have a chat with the umpire at the far end. Will we see a replay? Not sure that we will. As Milnes turns at the Howard stand end and comes in again, 2 slips weight. And not a great deal happening in terms of movement off the pitch or in the air this morning at Headingley. They go through for a single. Finlay Bean doing the fielding there. Throw comes in. Lee's on 8 and Emilio Gay on 3. Interesting player to watch, Alex Lees, as he takes his stance at the crease and he picks up the bat, and as the bowler runs in, he just has a glance round at his pickup. There he goes. Quick look round. Is the bat in the right place? Yes, it is. He's happy with that. Looks back down the pitch again. Here's Mills. Little bit of bounce there for him. Played off the hip. It's gone down to fine leg. Jack White has to come around really well and earns the applause of his colleagues and the crowd. And Lees goes through for a couple more. 13 without loss. Bairstow up to the stumps. He appears to be having a lot to say to Alex Lees today. Played a lot of cricket together over the years, won't they?
Yeah.
Both domestically and internationally. Mills in again. Played down to third man. Opening the face of the bat, Alex Lees. And that will complete the over from Matt Mills then. 4 overs, no wicket for 9, no real alarms for Durham. We've got 81 overs remaining in the day.
We're just seeing a replay for those who are watching the stream of that catch from James Wharton, which has got to be, without question, among highlights of the season. In terms of catches, highlights of your cricket watching life, I think. You never tire of watching that, would you?
No. Yeah, ball coming over the shoulder and having to dive full length forward as well. It was something else, wasn't it? Absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, and then we saw George's, you mentioned a few minutes ago, running down towards us at this Kirkstall Lane end the other day. Didn't have to dive full length, which, there you go. As you can see it. Didn't have to dive full length. You'll probably just say because he covered the ground more quickly than James Wharton did. Here's Jack White, who probably wouldn't cover the ground as quickly as either of them.
No.
Sorry, Jack, but there are other skills in life apart from pace. As that is pushed out into the offside by Alex Lees. There's no run. Trevor Mason has been in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says that as we start the saddest day of the year, the end of another gripping cricket season, just want to say thanks to you and all the other BBC commentators for the fantastic coverage you've provided this season. It's not been Yorkshire's finest season, but great to see we are at least staying in the top division. More in a sec, because White turns, Lees checks his back lift again, and then shoulders arms. Trevor goes on, you guys must cover many miles getting to the matches, but the commentary has been entertaining, informative and even sometimes very funny. The BBC don't get enough credit for its comprehensive coverage. Thanks again and look forward to listening next season. Thanks, Trevor. Yes, there have been a few miles on the clock. I promise you that.
Car will be racking up a few miles, won't it now, Dodgy?
Yeah, it's... I think I got in this morning and it just said, just a short journey today, please, Dad. 14 without loss as Lees pushes into the offside and Wharton fields, no run.
It'd be interesting to know what the pre-season stated objectives of the team were. If you're to look back now at the end of the season to reflect on them. I mean, in terms of the championship, I'm guessing that one of the key objectives would have been to stay in the first division, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to compete, it'd be nice to win it, but the key would have been to stay in it, maybe get into a one-day final. They came very close to that.
Yeah, White bowls, Lees plays out square on the offside, no run. Yeah, I think Anthony McGrath talked about, didn't he, coming back, and you understand the positivity of wanting to challenge and all of that. They've clearly not challenged at any point really in the competition, and we're back to we've just gone through the batting points. I think there needs to be probably more consistency as an across-the-board comment with the bat. There's been some good performances, and there has been some consistency from some of the players. No doubt about that. Bowling-wise, yeah, that felt like the strength before coming into the season. Here comes White, and Lees angles that one to best. No run. But you'd still have to say, you can't say anything but, or you kind of... You're not being honest, are you? If you look at the league table and say, on the last day, you're avoiding the drop, that's not championship winning form by any stretch of the imagination. So you need to be better with both bat and ball. I think that's, and you've got to be significantly better with bat and ball if you're going to be up there challenging. And the players will know that, and obviously the club will know that. And they'll be taking steps, you would hope, to improve on that in 2026 as Leeds turns that one square off his pad's final ball of the over, and Finlay Bean does the fielding. But a lot more emails to go through, which I will when I'm back on next. And Marty has returned now, so we'll get him back on and we'll do a quick swap round with Graham. And you'll be spared me for half an hour or so. Marty, I don't know if the nerves have kicked in on this final day. Now that, for those of you who joined us more recently and weren't aware, maybe been on Planet Ryder Cup or something, Hampshire have lost to Surrey, and therefore Yorkshire are safe. And if Durham see out today without losing, then they too will be.
I'm just wondering if it's considered too extreme to suggest that anybody who shouts in the hole at a golf tournament should be ejected from the premises. So Durham 14 for none, trail by 115. It's got a bit of a mixture of sort of watery sunshine and a bit of murk out there. And it's rather grey across towards the city centre. The red lights on the tops of the cranes are fairly prominent again against that grey sky. Round the wicket comes Milnes, bowling to Gay. Durham Bay up today, it's a skin of the teeth job, but they're going to have a big review about how things have gone wrong here and why are so many bowlers injured. And ironically, poor Gray Munions, the bowling coach, is injured now. He's got his leg in a brace.
I suppose that's one of the puzzles that counties have been trying to work out for many years, isn't it? How do you keep your bowlers fit?
I have a lot of them were falling in pre-season, so is pre-season too rigorous? 2 runs here down to third man for Gay. They've had no luck with overseas bowlers coming in. They've been falling like flies for the last 2 or 3 years. Making one game at a time and disappearing again.
Yeah, that's a whole different challenge, isn't it? The old overseas market. Who's available? When are they available? For how long?
Yeah. Comes the bowler, that's played to point. You know this Rahul Chahar? I'm wondering if he got the final wicket there, because he had 7 yesterday. I watched it, but I think it was him bowling when the final wicket fell.
I think he did finish with 8, didn't he?
Yeah. And he's been signed for 1 game and could have effectively relegated Hampshire. 8 wickets in an innings.
It's quite a performance, isn't it?
Round the wicket comes Milnes. That's played by Gay out through mid-wicket towards the western terrace. There's a chase on here. Will it go to the boundary? It will. There's Matthew Revis giving chase, but he never got there.
As we were saying earlier, though, Martin, at 60 without loss.
Yeah.
You know,
It was
irrespective of how well
Durham were done yesterday.
Yeah.
Their goose was cooked. The body language in the field.
Yeah, irrespective of the 8 wickets that he's taken, I think you've got to say that Hampshire have thrown it away, haven't they? We don't know what the pitch was doing down there, but
Going round corners, I think.
yeah.
Milnes comes round the wicket and bowls. Gay blocks this one. It goes short on the leg side. So basically, I've put in my update on the BBC Live County Championship feed that all Durham need to do now is bat out the day to stay up. Surely they can't mess this golden opportunity up. I expect the cricketing equivalent of Coventry City against Bristol City in 1977. And then after that I've written, ask your dad. As for the Yorkies, they are now safe. So if you don't know what happened in 1977, Sunderland had been very Sunderlandy, and they hadn't won a game, I think, between the end of November and something like March. And then they were in the relegation scrap. They chucked in a load of young players and suddenly started winning games. And it came down to the final match of the season. Sunderland were away at Everton, and Coventry City and Bristol City, who were also in this relegation scrap, were playing each other at Highfield Road. So Jimmy Hill, the Coventry chairman, had the kick-off at Highfield Road delayed for about 20 minutes because of crowd congestion outside the ground. So Sunderland had kicked off on time against Everton, and then midway through the Coventry match, news came through that Sunderland had gone behind at Everton. So Coventry and Bristol City just started passing the ball sideways and back to their goalies and whatnot. And they played out a draw. And there are a few Sunderland fans who are furious to this day and still go on about how they were stitched up. I do always point out that I think the reason they went down was because they never won a game for 4 months. And that might have had something to do with it, but...
So that game was a bit of a pass the ball across the back for
that sort of thing. Yeah.
Here's Hill then starting you over for Yorkshire. Hill into the attack.
He was up to the stumps a moment ago, but then Alex Lees got put off by something and walked away. I don't know if there was a wasp or something out there.
Through to Johnny Bairstow. It's certainly been a success for Yorkshire with the ball this season. George Hill did well, of course, with the bat in the first innings here. With his 88, 20 without loss. No real alarms for Durham though this morning, and that will help calm the nerves as far as Durham are concerned. Here's Hill. Lees pushes forward, just bat slightly away from pad there, but found the middle of the bat up towards mid-off. No addition to the score again.
Doug the Full Mackham says, I for one have no sympathy at all for Hampshire's plight given the circumstances of 2016. What goes around comes around. He says, well, Durham have got to bat this day out. This is not a given yet. And he says, can I please give huge credit to Ben Rain? He is Mr. Reliable, my player of the season by a country mile.
Here's Hill. Good delivery by Hill. Brings Lees forward onto the front foot. Asking questions there. George Hill. But Lees is more than up to it. Pushes that back up the pitch.
He says, Rain is Mr. Reliable, my player of the season by a country mile. He always leaves everything on the field. He said, it's all in our hands now, surely. Surely we can bat all day sensibly, nothing rash or stupid. I'm now off to watch the FA Cup football at South Shields, who are 11 games undefeated.
Here's Hill. Slightly wider of off stump this time, through to Johnny Bairstow. No addition to the score.
I'm not sure who Shields are playing in the FA Cup. It's another qualifying round today, isn't it? But they started the season, and if they're 11 unbeaten at the start of the season, great. But their first 4 games, they never even conceded a goal and won the lot. So,
is it first round proper after this round? It's getting close, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Hill again, past the umpire. Leeds comes forward, allows that through to wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow again.
Isn't that normally early November?
Oh, so we're some way away from that, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
There are a few seasons where Sunderland actually went out, when they were in the 3rd division, they went out in the first round proper. Never even made it to the 3rd round. So when they went into the FA Cup at the 3rd round stage last year, considered that a cup run.
Who's that, Sunderland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hill round the wicket again, and again, same outcome. Lees allows that one to pass through to the keeper, and that is 11 overs bowled in the Durham second innings. They're doing pretty well though. Sunderland, aren't they, back in the top flight?
Yeah, they're at Forest today. Tea time kick-off.
Look as though they've recruited well.
Yeah, you do feel a bit sorry for all the players who got them up last year, because there's hardly any of them featuring this season. But yeah, they kick off at 5:30 at Forest today. Then Spurs, traditional 8 o'clock on a Saturday night kick-off against Wolves. What's the world coming in?
Yeah, absolutely.
In Spain a few years ago, I went with Kevin Williams, our former rugby commentator. We went to watch Malaga against Osasuna. Kicked off at 10 o'clock on a Friday night. You were coming out the stadium after midnight.
Yeah, it's a late finish, isn't it?
They are turning to spin here, very early in here. As Don Bess is going to have a 12 from the rugby stand end. Where's the FA Cup fixtures then? Still must be quite early in the qualifiers, because the National League have still got a full round of games. Must be regional as well, isn't it, at the minute, I think? Because Westbury United are playing Farnborough, so that's sort of southwesty-ish. Here's Bess bowling to Gay. Gay forward to that one. Westbury's Westbury on trim, isn't it? That's near, as you go down the M5 past Bristol, you see signs for it there. Totton, Southampton, they're playing Frome, who are down near Yeovil. So who's got South Shields then? Bess comes in again, bowls. Oh, just digs that out late. There was bat on that, but Johnny Bairstow seems to be appealing for LBW, but he got onto it late, and there is a short leg in there as well.
Wasn't far away either.
No. Gay is on 9. Durham are 20 for none. They trail by 109. This is by no means a given today. Bess comes in again. Gay forward to this once more.
Not been too many problems with the early overs, so not surprised in a way that Yorkshire have turned to Don Bess fairly early on here.
So again, quicker delivery. Gay just steps back into the crease and plays that on one foot.
He's got into an awkward position with his feet there, didn't he?
Morpeth Town from Northumberland are playing Southport in the FA Cup qualifier today. Bess in again, bowls. That's gone off to the covers. Filed, my mate Watcher's Filed. He lives over near between Preston and Blackpool. They're playing Darlow. South Shields have got Chorley. Next ball in. And they're really full-length deliveries, these, and each time Gay's having to get his feet out of the way to try and play the ball. He plays that up the mid on no run there. Goes to Agarwal. Spennymoor and Durham are playing Chadderton. I don't know where Chadderton is. You heard of Chadderton?
I think Chadderton is over Manchester, Oldham way, I think.
Right.
Could be completely wrong.
It's the third qualifying round.
$20 without loss, Durham then.
I was sent today by Paul Grunhill of BBC Sport Online the County Championship 2025 Team of the Season as chosen by you, listeners. So I'll go through that list in a minute. Got a bit of a delay here. Are they looking at the ball, or are they considering the light?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think Johnny Bairstow's going to cross to the umpire, so I suspect it's the ball.
Right.
Umpires are coming together now. Light looks reasonably okay. Floodlight's still not on here. And the umpire seems to be indicating that there's a potential ball change coming up here now.
There was about 5 ball changes yesterday. This is going back to the box of balls we had in 2021 when, after COVID. And they were changing the balls all the time. And I actually rang the director of Dukes, and he said he thought that might have been due to COVID. The bad batch of cows was one of his thoughts. But what was happening, because production stopped during COVID, and so when the cricket season started again, they were basically supplying balls just in time. And what you need to do, somebody emailed us one day and said, with leather goods, they need to be stored to harden, and what they call layering, which is a German phrase. But they were coming straight out of the factory and straight to the clubs and going out of shape pretty quickly because they hadn't had time to sort of mature like a fine wine. So then the County Championship Team of the Year, opening batsman, Hasib Hamid of Nottinghamshire, selected by 64% of users. And Dom Sibley of Surrey, well, yeah, they would have been my choices, I suppose. I watched Dom Sibley score 305 against Durham at the Oval in July. Middle order, Saif Saib from Northants. Tom Abel from Somerset, he got a big knot against Durham a few weeks ago. Marcus Harris of Lancashire. Wicket-keeper is John Simpson of Sussex. Yeah, he's had a good season, hasn't he? It's made a massive difference to them. All-rounder, Rayhan Ahmed of Leicestershire. Spinner, Jack Leach, always does a job on Durham. 52 wickets at an average of 22.78. Got more than 21,000 votes. The seamers, Kyle Abbott of Hampshire, Josh Tongue of Notts, and Tom Taylor of Worcestershire. Taylor had 50 wickets the other day, I think. So what do you think about that?
Finally back underway. George Hill's in. Oh, and a good one just outside off stump. So they have changed the ball, and that one almost produced something for George Hill there. Really nicely pitched just outside the off stump, bringing Leeds forward. Really good carry through to Bairstow. And interesting to see whether this replacement ball provides anything different. Let's just wait and see. 2 slips in. Hill comes round the wicket to Lees, who's on 11. In again now. Half volley. 4 runs through the covers. Great shot from Lees. Just leans into that. And it was just a push, wasn't it? Just a gentle push through the covers. And it races away up towards the Western Terrace for 4 more.
Just looking at the weather, Graham, the wind's coming from a different direction now, and the weather seems to be drifting in from the south. This morning it was very much an easterly breeze, but...
Yeah, that beautiful sunshine that we had in the early part of the morning has disappeared now.
Quite a lot of rain around later today, but I don't think it should impact us.
Here's Hill past the umpire again. Lees is able to just angle the bat, push that down towards Agarwal, who does the fielding for Yorkshire down at third man, and they go through for another comfortable single. Yeah, I guess you would say, as the cloud gathers, that it's fairly heavy cloud cover now.
Yeah.
And darkish over towards the eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, I better get them off, it's too dangerous. Mervyn has emailed, he says, if they contrive to lose this, heads should roll. And in case I forget, all the best for the close season. Will you as well, Mervyn? Winter well, as they say.
Here comes Hill. And again, that's defended by Gay, pushed out onto the offside. We've got the excitement of the Ashes to look forward to in November, the first test, isn't it? That's the only issue with it, isn't it? The timings. What do you think to the prospects?
I think they'll get walloped again, and then who will they blame? They've had all these experiments with this Kookaburra ball. They lose again, because it's normally the county championship's fault when they lose.
Now then, over the wicket, George Hill, and why not to the left-hander? Oh, really well picked up at gully there. He's just shy of the stumps because Gay was out of his ground. He thought about going for a quick single there, but there's some lightning quick fielding there. And was it a potential run out? Do you know, I think it was. He might have been out of his ground.
Was it Finley Bean with the throw?
Just trying to work that out. Yeah, not 100% sure.
No, who's 68?
Well, I think that's Will Luxton, isn't it?
He's on as a sub then.
Yeah. Here's Hill. I mean, obviously, England are pushed back up the pitch, no addition to the score. End of the over, England are going with quite a pace attack, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just thinking about
What shape are Australia in at the minute? They lost. Who did they lose to South Africa in the World Test Championship?
They did.
Yeah, so
they did.
They're still up there then, aren't they? So it's going to be tough for England. Isn't
Yeah. Well, Australia are in their own backyard.
Yeah,
it's
that's always the thing,
challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Archer from one end, Wood from the other. It'd be interesting to see. Wood's not played any cricket.
No, he's never featured for Durham at all. He said he wanted to play against Worcestershire, and I got all my match notes done thinking he was playing, and then he wasn't on the team sheet, and the ECB had withdrawn him a few days earlier. So no, never seen him. Haven't seen him for a long time for Durham. He last played for Durham in the County Championship in May 2021 at Derbyshire.
Wow.
Don Bess bowling here to Lees. Lees fouled to this one, nudges it off to the offside. Brian Thurlbeck has emailed an email entitled Hampshire. People in our street would be wondering what the load of cheer was for a while ago. In comes Bess again, flights that right up. It's left by Lees. It bounces out the gloves of Bairstow and comes to rest a sort of gully area. Listening to Marty on YouTube, it's obvious that he and I will never forget Hampshire's role in Durham's relegation years ago. He says what goes around comes around. Well, I'll explain the story. This is defended by Lees. Basically, in the 2016 season, Durham were battling it out at the top of the table for the title right up until late August, when they just slipped away. And then final two games of the season, they beat Surrey at home, and then they went and beat Hampshire away in the last match of the season. There's best bowls again here to Alex Lees. Now, throughout that entire season, I'd heard lots of different rumblings about Durham's financial status. By that point, Northern Rock had already gone bust, and they'd been a big sponsor. Durham were trying to find some financial backing. This one's left by Lees. And basically, they ran out of people to turn to, and a lot of clubs at the time were heavily in debt with modernising grounds and bidding silly amounts of money for test matches. Yorkshire were a prime example of that. Warwickshire, Hampshire, Glamorgan. And that's a dot ball played about to a point. Warwickshire got financial help from Birmingham City Council. The Welsh Assembly, I think, helped Glamorgan. Colin Graves came in here with a trust fund, and Hampshire sold their ground to Eastleigh Borough Council, but Durham just ran out of people to turn to. And then at the end of the season, Durham thought they'd stayed up in fourth spot and Hampshire had been relegated, and then they found out a week or two later that Hampshire had already been told they wouldn't be going down, and Durham were relegated instead over their financial status. Not only that, they were docked a lot of points the next year, which made it impossible for them to come up, and they lost lots of senior players, half their squad, and they ended up being down in Division 2 for the best part of 5-6 years.
Here's George Hill starting a new over. Again, he's round the wicket, and that's through to the keeper once again.
So, considered at the time one of the big injustices of modern cricket, Hampshire the beneficiaries. They stayed up. They've been up ever since in Division 1. This time around, if Durham can see this day out and not lose, then Hampshire will go down on the back of being docked 8 points for a poor pitch earlier in the season against Sussex, and Durham will be the beneficiaries. So,
what goes around comes around, eh?
Yeah.
Here's Hill again. Two left-handers for Durham, of course, opening the batting. This time it's Gay pushing that out towards cover. James Wharton is there to do the fielding, and these things do stay long in the memory.
They do. I think Durham got a lot of support from other corners of the cricketing world, but it was a four-man committee from the ECB who went after them, and at the time they were trying to push through the new franchise tournament as well, so there was a lot of suggestions that it was getting people on side there.
Here's Hill. This is the 15th over. Oh, and that one doesn't quite carry through to Johnny Bairstow. Takes it on the half volley, as it were. Second bounce. First one that's not really carried up towards a Howard stand end. There's been some great carry up towards that end during this game. 2 slips and Bairstow come together for another consultation. Wonder what they're talking about. Last game of the season. They're going for winter break potentially. Here comes Hill. Again, good line into the left-hander, angled in, but Gay's right behind it, and there is no addition to the score. Durham trail Yorkshire, just to keep you up to date with the statistical side of the game. Durham trail by 104, 25 without loss. Lees 16, Gay on 9. Both teams looking to avoid defeat here at Headingley to ensure they remain in the Division 1 of the County Championship here on the last day, the 4th and last day of this game and of the 2025 season. There's Hills in again, and that's pushed out onto the leg side. No addition to the score. We've got Jordan Thompson there doing the fielding. No doubt that he will be itching to get into the attack today on his last day's cricket with his home county before he moves on, of course. 50 with the bat from Jordan Thompson earlier on this morning. Here's Hill again. Oh, and a good delivery. That catches the edge, does it? Yes, it does. The finger goes up from the umpire, and Emilio Gay has gone for 9, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow. A really thin edge there, and really good perseverance by George Hill, who comes in, and again that carry through to the wicket keeper that we've talked about. Thin edge, Bairstow taking that one around about waist high, and Durham lose their first wicket, and they just have to bat through the day and survive to stay up, Durham. But I guess that with every wicket that falls, it just brings about that extra little bit of additional tension. First man gone. We just watched the replay here. Hills round the wicket to Gay. It's nicely pitched up, and it looks as though actually it's gone between bat and pad, that one. I think it has, yes, and takes the inside edge of Emilio Gay's bat. Johnny Bairstow actually had to move to his right, down towards the leg side, such was the angle, and Durham lose their first wicket. Good breakthrough for Yorkshire. Alex Lees is still there, of course. The new batsman at the crease is Ben McKinney. Yeah, I think it just goes between bat and pad, catches the inside edge.
He didn't give me the impression that he looked like he'd hit that. Well, he seemed rather surprised to be given out. But Durham have got their work cut out here.
Well, it is the last day of a 4-day game after all.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen wickets fall many times, haven't we?
Or early in the innings.
Particularly early in the innings, that's right. Crazy things can happen on last days of cricket matches, we know that. But so far the pitch has behaved really well. And that's the first wicket that's gone anyway. So Durham still with some work to do.
104 behind and a wicket down. New over, best bowling to Lees. So that was the end of the 15th over when the wicket came. Best again round the wicket. Lees plays this down towards short third man, no run there.
And in terms of the football manager merry-go-round, West Ham have sacked Graham Potter this morning.
They've already sacked him, have they? Right. Yeah. That's interesting. I was talking to one of my colleagues this morning who's an Everton fan, and they play them on Monday night. And he's pushed away by Alex Lees out towards deep point for a run. And I said, if Everton beat West Ham on Monday, will that be the end of Graham Potter? But he's gone today.
He's gone early.
They've had some managers at West Ham the last few years, haven't they? Almost as many as Sunderland.
Absolutely.
Just very briefly going back to that Hampshire staying up and Durham getting relegated in 2016. A group of North Eastern MPs were due to question the ECB board about the decision. It was the Department of Culture, Media and Sport Committee were going to have them in front of them. And then Theresa May called a snap election and Parliament was wound up, so it didn't happen. Don Bess round the wicket, comes in and bowls. And McKinney back into his crease, defends this one. So we got 25 minutes to lunch on this final day. It's got a bit grey now, a bit murky. Floodlights might be coming on soon. It's a bit chilly today, isn't it?
Yes, this window
I've
by
just
your
tried
feet
to
needs,
shut it, yeah. McKinney blocks the next ball. That was the end of the over. That was a very quick one. Another window.
There we go. Top window's shut as well. So we might survive it. I feel for you poor people around the ground listening to us, because it is fairly parky down there. I've just been standing in, well, not quite out in it, but not far from the door downstairs, having a chat actually with Jack White's dad. First time I've met him. Informative conversation. Of course, as you might expect, I asked him about the Curtly thing. Jack's called Curtly Jack, and he was named after Curtly Ambrose. Although I don't think he met Curtly until he was about 1 by the sound of it. That's wide of off stump from George Hill, first up there, and left by Alex Lees. Could still be an interesting day, especially with the demise of Emilio. Yeah, too interesting maybe for Durham's liking if a few more wickets do go down. Hill back at his mark, 2 slips in place. Here comes George, pulls it now. So far off sneaking through, but Alex Lees did manage to cover it. Jeff Greenwood says the delicious irony of Hampshire being relegated after having 8 points deducted by the ECB for having a dodgy pitch in May and possibly saving Durham cannot be overstated after the events of 2016 when Hampshire was saved by the ECB, relegating Durham for financial irregularity, says Jeff Greenwood.
Yeah, well, Hampshire
and Marty many times on our commentaries previously. Oh, good delivery from Hills, an appeal for caught behind here. Lees is walking away and shaking his head dismissively. Bairstow was half celebrating, but Michael Burns did not raise the finger. And as I mentioned before on the commentary in this match, Durham have their own reasons for saying what Jeffrey just said. And of course Yorkshire, not that it was Hampshire's fault that Yorkshire got relegated in 2022. There were plenty of other reasons during that season, but just on that last day, run through by Liam Norwell. The Yorkies started the day thinking, I think, that they'd probably survive, but didn't. George Hill bowls to Alex Lees, who reaches forward and then shoulders arms.
Jason Cole on Blue Sky says it takes a special kind of vindictiveness to blame Hampshire for Durham's woes. Blame the ECB. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming Hampshire at all. I'm just pointing out the irony of what may happen today. Yeah. I mean, Hampshire were the beneficiaries, but it's just the way these things sort of history repeats itself, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know?
that's what I mean. You certainly wouldn't blame Hampshire for Yorkshire going down in 2022. There were, as I said, plenty of other reasons for that, but just on that last day, as Lees pushes into the offside, no run, and that's kind of the twisted logic that people sometimes apply, isn't it? And there have been plenty of all Yorkshire supporters hoping that ends up in a draw. And of course it didn't. Lead on 17. 26 for 1. And George Hill. 1 for 5. Bowling to Leeds, who defends solidly into the offside, no run. Adam Harper, good afternoon as it is now to you. My days will be so much poorer without your commentary, it says. Had a few lovely days at Headingley watching this game with my sister Miriam. Special mention for the lovely staff at the Headingley Lodge Hotel. I can now relax and look forward to Yorkshire being in Division 1 next season. And Andy Lighting says, many thanks again for another season of your superb commentary that enables this exiled Yorkie to keep in touch with the cricket. We need to get some reliable, fit, fast bowlers for next year, plus a skipper who's available and a sound overseas bat who ideally could bowl a bit.
What else
Not asking much
so
there.
What else would you like for Christmas?
Yeah.
The members' room's quite busy at the East Stand there. There's
Yeah.
a lot of people in there today. Here's Don Best bowling to McKinney. McKinney forward defends this one. Dr. Kevin Tennant says it feels like it's going to be a very long afternoon, even if the rain or the bad light intervenes. Yeah, that's just, I don't think this is a sure thing at all from a Durham point of view. And I think I'm the only one who doesn't think this is done and dusted whatsoever. As that is a wrong 'un from Bess, and McKinney leaves and it just misses the off stump.
Yeah, Mark Holden, who was messaging in from Perth, Australia yesterday, has done again. What have I missed, guys? Just come on, and Durham 9 for none off 7. Has something happened and something gone Durham's way?
Bess again bowls to McKinney, and McKinney leaves that one into the gloves of Bairstow. There's 2 in the slip cordon.
What you may have missed, Mark, is the fact that down at Southampton, early doors, Surrey beat Hampshire by 20 runs, so Yorkshire are safe. And it's now about Durham playing for survival here.
McKinney takes a big stride towards this one, pushes it off towards Silly Point. No run there. The 2 slips in place. It's a short extra cover really with the helmet on. That's driven by McKinney up to mid-off. Diving, tumbling stop there by Mills. James Walton under the helmet, close in on that offside. Hills at second slip, lies at first. Round the corner for the hook is Jack White, backward square leg. This ball of Bess is over. This is the 18th over. McKinney defends. And over the over. So Durham 26 for 1. McKinney at the get off strike. And the maiden there from Bess. So he's bowled 4. They're going to switch over now. Already switched over or not? No.
Just brightening up.
4 overs, 1. None for 1. 3 maidens. Hill 1 for 5 from 4 overs, 3 maidens. So it's tight stuff at the moment from Yorkshire. Durham started the Yorkshire first innings. Durham bowled really tightly to start off with. It was 4 or 5 overs, I think it was, before Yorkshire got a run. But then gradually they settled in.
Hill round the wicket, bowling at Lees, who leaves that one wide of off stump. Repeat the pattern from the previous over from this end. Alex Lees, who's already been out there for an hour and a quarter and faced 58 deliveries to make it to 17. Meanwhile, George, he's pressing on towards the first 50-wicket haul of the season in first-class cricket. He makes his way in again. Once more, Lees across and defending this one. George's first-class bowling career, just under 23 he's averaging for his career so far. That's in 63 matches. That is a very good effort. 5 wicket hauls, 120-odd first-class wickets for the season in Championship cricket. Well, he's going to finish with, unless something drastically goes wrong here today, an average of under 18. Short ball, oh, that's hit Alex Lees on the helmet. I hope he's okay. Seems to be the initial...
Susan, the physio, is going to have to come on now.
That, but yeah, we'll get a stoppage here while they check him over. At 26 for 1, so we can go back to George. and he is averaging 17.85 at the moment, the best of 6 for 51 this year. That'll be his 48th wicket of the season in first-class cricket, that of Emilio Gay. So 2 needed by George. So it's a pretty big day for him, because taking 50 wickets in 14 championship matches is not to be sniffed at.
Has he got 50 in a season before?
No.
It's his best. Will he be in the Playfair or not? I think they only tell you if they've got 50, don't they?
We can go through his season-by-season haul, actually.
His dad will know, surely. Where's his dad? Give him a ring.
He'd be sitting downstairs, not listening to you and I. But yeah, his season-by-season bowling record in first-class cricket is as follows. He made his debut in 2020, took 1 wicket, 7 wickets in 21, 20 wickets in 2022, and 19 in 23. 27 last year, and he's got 52 first-class wickets this season. That's including, of course, his appearance in the England Lions. So he doesn't have 50 for Yorkshire. He needs 2 more to get to that mark. So far and away his best season in terms of wicket taking. In the sense of averages, he's been under 24 for all but 2 seasons, and can you really count the first one when he only bowled 150 deliveries?
Susan Dale, the Durham physio's out, just having a look at Alex Lees after he got that blow to the head. He's been given a drink and possibly some painkillers, but seems to be all right. She'll have to come back and do another check in 10 minutes, but actually they might be going off for lunch by the time the next check needs to be done, so she jogs off with Callum Parkinson, the 12th man.
Both the top cut order for the pair of them. Miriam in Brighton says, thanks for your wonderful commentary and analysis from you and your fellow commentators throughout the season. It's flown by. Do you know when the fixtures come out? Yeah, that's the next question, isn't it? Once the season's finished. Yeah, back end. Last week in November, usually, Miriam. She's back down in Brighton after 2 wonderful days, she says here, with her brother, who I think we've just heard from.
It was interesting what you were saying in your preview piece on Radio Leeds this morning about, the first day of the season and the sun shining through the window and looking forward to all the cricket to come. And then we always arrive at this point, don't we? And while the season's ongoing, it does seem to be a long slog.
Here's George Hill. Yeah, bowling to Leeds. Pushes that out, square on the offside, no run.
All those motorway miles and nights in hotels and everything. And obviously we're just talking about the game, we're not playing it. And then suddenly you're at September and you're thinking, oh, where did those 6 months go?
Yeah. 26 for 1.
Message, I just put the link for the commentary on Blue Sky a little bit earlier and said winter well, and Phil O'Rourke said my thoughts fully on Middlesex and Gloucestershire.
Hill in, good delivery here, there's an appeal.
Inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, not out. Damien Ainsworth says, hey Doige, it's the nature of the cricket supporter to moan, and I've already heard several emails being read out bemoaning how this is the worst side ever put out by the respective counties. But what about the odd celebration of the highlights of the campaign and some great performances by players? Yorkshire have rallied really well this season and have many reasons to look upwards and onwards. In other news, Guiseley CC's performance in the Airedale and Wharfdale League was woeful.
Woeful?
Woeful.
So he's
the Guiseley CC man.
Yeah.
Hill, meanwhile, makes his way in again. Good delivery once more. That's a beauty that cuts back on Leeds and has beaten everything through to the gloves of Bairstow. A great way to finish the over for George in all ways, except that it didn't take him a wicket.
That's been a challenge. He's been hit on the head. I wonder if he can see the ball all right. That's gone right through him there. What a delivery.
5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5, George Hill. Yeah. As you were.
Phil O'Rourke says, my thoughts fully on Middlesex versus Gloucestershire. Other dead rubbers are available. I hope Durham do enough to stay up. I've plenty of books to see me through the cricketless season. Pining already for April. Thank you for your excellent commentary this year. I've learnt loads from you and your colleagues. Well, thanks very much, Phil.
And hello to my pal Mike Britton, who's tuned in. Durham fan, of course, up there in Ushermore. Going to be a long day, he says. Sure is. The way things are going at the moment, Mike.
Ian Atom says, fingers crossed for a shake of the hands in the afternoon. Next over from Bess, it's a wideish half tracker, which Minnie slaps out hard to Wharton, and it slams off Wharton's right hand, and that's hurting him. He's got a run, but Wharton fielding it short extra cover there. That really came hard. Bess to Lees on 17. Lees defends. We've got 3 around the bat here. Keeper standing up to the stumps as well. Nervous times for Durham. 9 minutes away from lunch on this final day of the cricket season. Bess in, comes in and bowls. Lees leaves that one. It spins away from off stump and into the keeper's gloves. Bess up to the stumps again, bowls, turned off the legs by Lees for no run. It's picked up by White at square leg. Bess took 1 wicket, 1 for 68 in the first innings. So this is his 113th first-class match. He bowls to Lees again round the wicket. Lees turns this up to Agarwal at mid on no run there. And he's got 292 wickets.
A coughing fits and now a sneezing fit for Martin.
Somebody's just walked over me grave there. Next ball is ball. That came out of nowhere. I think it's got really chilly, hasn't it?
I'm going to say it's not on account of the high pollen count around here, I don't think, today.
Oh. End of the over. Durham are 27 for 1.
Yep, and mention as well before we go to lunch today of Jane Wiles, who messaged me a couple of days ago, but I thought I'd just save this for our final day on air from Headingley today. Read out a message about Jane last week. She is very ill in hospital down there in Doncaster, and plenty of people thinking about you, Jane. As I mentioned last week, she said thanks for what you did. When you're feeling rock bottom, things like that mean an awful lot. I'll be watching from the confines of my hospital bed, so looking forward to a good game and an even better win. Well, maybe still, as George Hill runs into bowl to Ben McKinney, who's defending the first ball of the over. She says, could you give a shout out to the lads, that's the Yorkshire players, who've been so brilliant and supportive during my illness. They've been magnificent. I know you've got other stuff on your mind and the Dickey situation as well this week. But credit where credit's due, the lads have been amazing, and a few of them have been reduced to tears. Jane Wiles, a long-time Yorkshire supporter with husband Mel, who travel all over the country to watch their team play, and have done for quite a long time now. Got to know the lads well. Here's George Hill, good delivery that nips away from Ben McKinney. I should think that'll put a smile on Jane's face, and she says, fine swan song, well done Yorkshire, as in managing to retain First Division status, and thank you Hampshire, she says, that'll do nicely. Thinking of you, Jane. So 27 for 1 with just 6 minutes to go before the lunch break on the final day of the 2025 camp. George Hill scurrying in again, wide of off stump this time, and McKinney, he's drawn there, just tempted a little flick at it. Just the one against his name on the board so far.
Rich James says Durham should have let Yorkshire bat all day, and then Jimmy Smith says of course Hampshire hadn't lost at the time the 10th wicket fell. And Rich says, yeah, I know that, but from the start of play, our only realistic chance of staying up was to hope for a Surrey win, and us to draw. A win for us was never part of the equation, and as it is, we could still lose if we don't bat well. And Jimmy says he absolutely agrees. From where I'm sitting, this is not a done deal.
Beauty again from George Hill. That's angled in, probably not going to miss middle stump by much if it went straight on its original line, and that has clearly hit the seam and nipped away. Didn't just hold its line, it's gone away from the outside edge of Ben McKinney's bat. George is not really one for being demonstrative after things like that, but even he put his hands to his face.
Craig Porrett says, can we switch to a Kookaburra ball for the rest of this match? Thanks for all the commentary from all of the BBC team. Excellent as always.
George's response to that is to bring in Jordan Thompson at fourth slip now. 2 wickets needed by George for that half century. He's in again. McKinney finds Jordan Thompson, but the ball hit the deck before it got to fourth slip.
Peter de Bossieri, who is a Hampshire fan, says, come on Yorkshire, a couple of early wickets and hope may return, although I can't imagine this side would struggle in Division 2. Well, Kent are bottom, aren't they? Having gone down, Northants haven't had a particularly successful season either.
No. Final ball of the over. Jim Green says, Jonathan, not sure if you're familiar with the TV programme Traitors. Well, I know that one exists. I don't think I've watched more than maybe one episode, as Hill bowls and McKinney shoulders arms 27 for 1 at the end of the over. But he says, just a thought, but I think it would be a good laugh having all the commentators take part in the series. I'm sure loads would watch it.
Oh, what?
Do you fancy that being on Traitors?
Traitors? I've never watched
Traitors. With our
Traitors.
fellow commentators?
Never watched it.
And Steve Jordan, afternoon to you, says, thanks for a top season, JD. Enjoy the final overs.
Who wouldn't you trust then? JMO?
I wouldn't trust anybody.
Hey, nobody. But I'd be your
Wouldn't
mate.
trust anybody,
I'd be your
Martin
mate,
Emerson.
Jonathan. I'd be your mate.
All right. You wouldn't trust JMO? Why?
I just said it for a laugh.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know who you'd trust out of all of them. We all generally all get along well, don't
I
we?
reckon Harmsy would win that, wouldn't he? Because
Harmsy?
yeah, everyone thinks he's lovely, you know.
Ah,
I think
true.
We
Yeah.
all think Harmsy's
Generally
the
Adrian
best,
Harms,
the
yeah.
nicest bloke on the circuit.
Good point, that. Good
yeah,
point,
so
yeah.
he could win that, couldn't he?
Yeah, devious Harmsy. Next over from Bess is first ball to Lees is thumped into the ground at Wharton, who's at silly point. Aye, Adrian Harms, yeah.
Because nobody would believe that he could be a traitor.
He's the sixth commentator. Bess again. This has gone off towards point, no run there. Mikey Mike sent this message a little bit earlier. Another season about to end. He said he started the day preparing for the worst, listening to you while watching the Hampshire Surrey stream on mute. He said, despite some awfully dull cricket thrown at you and your BBC commentary colleagues, it's been wonderfully entertaining. Thank you, I meant well. Ball goes into the gloves of the keeper. I think the longest winter well was the winter of 2019 going into 2020, because we obviously went into lockdown. And then you remember we did a game here where Durham and Yorkshire played a 3-day friendly before the Bob Willis Trophy started, and that was at the end of July, I think, wasn't it? And next ball's gone off to point, and I remember interviewing Ben Rain. It was virtually August, and he said, did you winter well, Marty? I thought that's been a long stretch. September all the way to August nearly. Next ball's turned off to mid-wicket, but it felt like it was the start of a new season. It felt like it was spring, really, even though it was virtually the end of the summer. Got 5 sort of championship style matches in, didn't they, in a little round of T20s. Last balls again to Lees. Lees turns this to mid-wicket, no run there. Dot ball into the over.
They're going to get another one in by the looks of things. I thought they might have clicked over onto 12:30 before they got round. Just the 1 wicket to fall in this Durham second innings so far, that of Emilio Gay was caught by Johnny Best off George Hill. Cracking delivery. 9 for Emilio from a 42 ball stay at the crease. That wicket falling on the final ball of the 15th over. So the final over of this first session on the final day. And George Hill's bowling to Ben McKinney, who drops that one into the pitch. And there is no run. Let's see if I can get through a bit more correspondence. As you might imagine, there's a fair bit coming in on the final day. Neil and Dawn from Selby. Good afternoon to you. Happily sitting outside at Headingley with the missus wrapped up against the autumn chill, but warmed by the commentary. Which is good to hear. As Hill bowls and McKinney does the defending. He says, I'm not expecting too much excitement from the game in front of us, but a few quick wickets, you never know. We've actually spent more time this year watching the women grind out the season in Tier 2. We even battled through the runners and road closures in Worcester a couple of weekends ago to see the trophy. It'll be interesting to see how they fare in Tier 1 next year, but looking forward to it. Just want to say thanks to everyone involved in providing the comms and bringing the game we love to life across the summer. Winter well yourselves, Neil and Dawn. Thanks for your email. George Hill bowls. And again, McKinney defends.
Hans Graham emailed earlier. He said, cheers to you and all of your colleagues for another fine season of commentary. Shame about the cricket. A horribly tense morning. He started the day, he said, hoping for Hans to lose that wicket, but I'm not sure Durham deserved to stay up anyway. He's not sure about the team spirit this season and the captaincy compared to the energy and enthusiasm of when Scott Borthwick was in charge, he says. Anywho, que sera.
Hill bowls, McKinney, as you were, with a repeat defensive push. Gareth Tarr in Chertsey, down in Surrey, says, you were asking where Chatterton's located.
Yeah.
Were you? It must have been when I was off. It is to the west of Oldham. Indeed, their ground is within a mile of the Latics.
Right, they're playing in the FA Cup third qualifying round today.
Yeah, apparently featured on BBC Breakfast.
Right.
Fans chant, we are just a bus stop in Oldham.
Wonder which route they're on.
A short ball here from Hill. It doesn't get the wicket of McKinney, who once again defends.
Hi Marty and the boys, greetings from a fairly sunny and warmish Costerdale Hartlepool. Well, here it is, the last day of the season. I've temporarily become a Surrey fan for the day. He said, I'd like to pass on my thanks to all of your fellow commentators for the excellent commentary, the banter, the wit and the funny stories throughout the season, and to also pass on my thanks to all the backroom people who've brought the live stream to us as well. Winter well, everybody. Have fun. Come on, Durham, says Paul in Hartlepool.
Final ball of the session, Hill bowls. Ooh, McKinney playing forward, defends, and that will be that for 40 minutes, folks. To at 12:32 on the final day of the season. Lunch is taken here at Headingley with 23 overs bowled in this Durham second innings, and they are 27 for 1. That is, they now trail by 102 runs. Alex Lee's not out on 17, and Ben McKinney not out on 1. That one wicket, Emilio Gay caught Bairstow bowled Hill for 9 while they take a breather. To sunny Headingley skies, we'll do the same and have a bit of lunch. Back with you in just under 40 minutes time.
Yeah. It's done his own, I completely. I certainly will. I'll get a sitter. Yeah, yeah.
as Michael Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Sean Bairstow leading out Yorkshire. Slees and Ben McKinney continuing batting for Durham.
Welcome back from Headingley then for the penultimate session of the season. 27 for 1 Durham. Still a few nerves around among colleagues and Durham supporters by the looks of some of the correspondence. Alex Lee, 17 not out, Ben McKinney not out 1, myself, Jonathan Doige, just to start things off here. We've got Kevin Howells joining us. We've got the pleasure of Kev's company this afternoon as well. He'll be in shortly with Martin Emerson and Graham Colley as well, so mob-handed for the afternoon. And it's going to be best to start the afternoon from the Howard stand end of the ground. So Durham still playing for their First Division futures. Yorkshire's now assured. Hoping also to be able to speak to Yorkshire's head coach Anthony McGrath, if we can tempt him up to the com box. 2 slips and a silly mid-off in place as Bess bowls at the left-handed Lees. And the first ball of the afternoon is safely negotiated. It's bright enough at the moment, but it is grey overhead on a pretty high cloud by comparison to what we had in yesterday when we were struggling with the bad light. Bess just ran through the crease there and didn't deliver the ball. I'll try again now. Wide on the crease. And an appeal for LBW. Steve O'Shaughnessy unmoved. Sitting behind Alex Lee, so difficult to tell you exactly where it hit him there. But if you're watching on the stream, you'll have had the front view. Best back at his mark, makes his way in again, and Lees punches into the offside, no run. Alistair McDuff emailed in, your championship team of the season must surely include Chahal. I hold no brief for Hampshire, but what a disgrace that Surrey can parachute a player into their team in this way. Thanks again for your excellent commentary all season. Looking forward to seeing you at Scarbados next year. Thanks, Alistair. As Lees gets plenty on that, Matt Milnes just wringing his hand, having got a half stop on it, but they got through for a single and rotate the strike then. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us that way via email. Bess back at his mark. Bowls again. McKinney goes back foot. Drops it out into the offside where James Wharton, with a neat bit of footwork, flicks it up into his hand. Here's Bess again. McKinney works to leg into a gap. Agarwal will field, but he won't prevent the single. So, perfectly eventless first over of the afternoon session. Just a couple of singles. Durham move on to 29 for 1. That's a deficit of 100 runs. And Jordan Thompson, who finished his career with Yorkshire with the bat with 50. He's maybe now going to try and finish with a few wickets as well. All very sedate out there at the moment.
On his final appearance for the club, Jordan Thompson.
There we go, the golden voice announces Jordan Aaron Thompson for the final time, perhaps, we'll see. Bent Nielsen says, all that talk about traitors, which was the case before lunch, how about you all going on Strictly? I know a few cricketers have been on it. How about commentators? Be interesting. Here's Jordan Thompson over the wicket. First ball is full and wide. McKinney made a good contact with that, but it made its way straight to James Wharton in the covers. McKinney on 2. 25 balls he has faced in total. Thompson then, he comes over the wicket. McKinney solidly behind that once again. There is no run. Let's just have a look at the scores elsewhere of those matches that still remain, and just 2 others now in Division 2. That's 6 down. Look like they're going to lose to Leicestershire at Northampton. Still 72 overs remaining in the day, and they're 243 behind. Gloucestershire have got a better chance of holding on, but still got a bit of work to do. Oh, good delivery from Thompson, slanted across the left-handed McKinney. Gets into position and then holds the bat inside the line. Gloucestershire 206 runs behind Middlesex's 634 for 9. And they have 7 second innings wickets remaining. So a stalemate. Not been a great season for either of the sides that went down from Division 1 last year. Northamptonshire second bottom at this moment in time. Gloucestershire a couple of places above them. Thompson in again, and McKinney solidly behind it. Certainly wasn't a great season for Kent, was it? Won just 2 of their 14 matches, losing 6, and rooted to the foot of Div 2 on 114 points. Fairly chilly out there by the looks of things. George Hill just doing a bit of pogoing at first slip with his hand in his pockets. As Thompson, he's in, and that's punched into the offside where James Wharton fields. Not sure what the temperature recorded at this moment in time is here. Let's have a look. It's claiming to be round about 15 degrees, but that might be Fahrenheit. McKinney waits. Thompson bowls. And McKinney defends once again. Matt Milnes does the fielding out mid-off. 29 for 1 then. After 25 over their second innings, Durham, so it's been painstaking progress, but there's a reason for that. Lee's 18, McKinney on 2, and Kevin Howells enters the building. 100 runs still the deficit, just that 1 wicket to have fallen before lunch. Emilio Gay caught Bairstow, bowled Hill for 9. And it's going to be Don Best to continue at the Howard stand end and to take you through this over. And
well, you say
that.
that.
Good afternoon, Kevin Howells.
Schoolboy error. I've just eaten a coconut cake. You don't do that when you're about to start talking. This one is defended. I think I might get away with it.
Where did you get that from?
No run. Down for side. Yeah. A coffee and cake emporium. I mean, I've added that bit on at the end. But why not? Sounds very grand. Next delivery round, the wicket in, the bowls and defended again. Oh, no. He's gone. He's out. This is Lee. He's gone for 18. Has he got a little nick on that to the keeper? Let's take a look at that again on the replay with his back to us, but it's 29 for 2, and the captain is out, and he makes his way off the field. A wicket here for Bess. And I am starting to wonder whether we might have a bit of a pressurised afternoon of jeopardy. We know that Hampshire are sitting on, watching on, listening on, following their defeat to Surrey this morning. We know that the light isn't good, and we know that, in terms of the match itself, perhaps you might think this is heading for a draw. Let's take a look at this. What's happened here? Yes, a little nick, and taken by the
keeper, Bairstow, standing up. Lots of attention around there with slips as well. But Lee's caught Bairstow, ball best for 18 of 80 balls at 29 for 2. It's been a real fascinating day in so many ways. Last day of the season, you think when you take a look at the scorecard, part of the job, I guess, is to try and guess what's going to happen. How's the day, how's the play going to play out? It was always a very tough challenge for Hampshire this morning. 33 runs needed, the 1 wicket standing, ball turning square, and that got all wrapped up at 5-11, around about the same time that here Yorkshire finished their first innings and Durham were just about to come out for their second. There was a real cheer, and at the time I thought that might have been both teams. It certainly would have been Yorkshire's, because that confirmed their safety. But I know that, again, there was a bit of speculation that, no skullduggery, but would Yorkshire, having found their safety, would they really be pushing hard here, really putting the hard yards in? Well, evidence so far is that most definitely they are. And of course, you do wonder, as Beddingham makes his way out to join McKinney, about the mental approach as well from Durham's perspective. Could be a very tense and perhaps not too enjoyable afternoon for Durham. Regardless of the outcome, it could be a tough one. That's just worked away there on the onside by Beddingham.
Well, yeah, I mean, from a professionalism point of view, Yorkshire do need to keep pushing for the win, don't they? That's what they're paid to play cricket. They want to win matches, and the table looks a fair bit better if you come out of this with 22 points than it does if you come out of it with 8 plus 6 is 14.
McKinney's on 2. Oh, he goes back with one leg there. I mean, that's reminds me of someone maybe getting ready for a bit of Strictly tonight with that right leg movement.
Well, just been asked if we should, by Bent Nielsen, should we not do Traitors, which we were talking about before lunch,
yeah,
and the commentators do Strictly instead.
McKinney's on 2. I think Traitors is probably best suited. Worked away onto the side, and I heard, did you suggest that the winner would...
Harmsey could
it has
win
to be
that,
Harmsey.
Because he's just so nice, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nobody believed that he could be a traitor.
No, and he wouldn't want to play that role. Well, that's the thing. No amount of money in the world would persuade him to play that role. 30 for 2 here, Durham, and they still trail by 99 runs. Goes by. Ooh, my gosh, that was a confident lead, which wasn't too far away. I'm not too sure, even if I'm not a Durham supporter, whether I'm going to enjoy this afternoon too much either. There's going to be a few look-away moments, aren't there?
Yeah.
End of the over, 30 for 2.
There will be, because, well, they've not gone anywhere in terms of scoring runs, have they? So, if they get in front, then obviously that's adding time to the game. And there's always that theory about for every run in front, you've got a couple of extra minutes out there or whatever to knock them off. Whatever those theories are, the reality is that if you get past, the opposition have got to bat again. There's a little bit of time taken out of it for the change between innings, and the further you can get in front, the more time it'll take out of the game. So there's still that to play for, but they've been quite deliberate about how they've played. That's not a criticism, because Yorkshire have bowled well as well. 30 for 2, and it is David Beddingham on strike. Oof, he was very late down on that high backlift, and he only just got the blade to the ball before it might have caused him some damage. Jordan Thompson continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end.
We're in that territory, to use the slogan of another format, of every ball counting here, aren't we? We really are, in terms of interest, intrigue, concern.
Thompson in. Ball short of length is pulled by Beddingham, and is going to be 4. Nicely played, got over the top of that well. Matthew Revis was giving chase, but couldn't get round.
Graham Colley just handing me the team sheet here, because of course I'm fairly late on parade in terms of the game, because it was elsewhere at the start of the week. Just doing what he did probably about 50 years ago now, when we did the Sunday League together. I've slightly exaggerated, but not by very much. That's the worry, not by very much.
And I used to be in short trousers listening to you two
Yeah.
on air back in those days.
Yeah, I remember we couldn't shake you off after autographs all the
My
time.
broadcasting heroes. As Thompson is in, and a lovely straight blade this time from Beddingham. No run. What was it? I mean, for those of us who weren't at Trent Bridge, we obviously know the result. What was all that like this week?
Well, that's an interesting way of putting it. What was it all like? Well, it was enjoyable. And I don't mean that at the detriment of Surrey, who missed out on the title because of it. But yeah, there were a few stories there that sort of warmed the heart a little bit. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Peter Moore as the coach. 4th title for him.
Thompson bowls and was defended again by Beddingham.
I mean, I should start off with the great girdler, of course. I call it brace girdle. It's always quite emotional for Dave. And it was a good week spent with him as well. Hasib Hamid, now, you think about his career, all the limelight, and he took it so well with England very early on. He was at Lancashire at the time, and it all fell away for whatever reason. He comes back now and leads a team to a county championship title. I like that story as well. I think that's a really good one. Yeah, it was a nice week.
Here's Jordan Thompson bowling to Beddingham, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, it's the previous week, really, at the Oval, which was, I guess, the almost the bigger of the 2 weeks in some ways, because nobody goes down to Surrey at the Oval and comes away with a victory, usually. And at one stage, on the final day of the game, it didn't look like that was going to happen again, and they fought back. Josh Tong, obviously, fantastic bowler. Only the week before, Nottinghamshire had been like 50 runs away from the season coming to an end. They've been struggling there at Worcester.
Yeah, short ball, which is pulled by Beddingham, who was very watchful in guiding that. It didn't really bounce as much as it might have done. 1 run to Beddingham takes him to 6, with McKinney on 2. It's 35 for 2, trailing by 94 now, Durham.
And to get to the title with a 6, for the man that earlier in the summer, Carl Verena, had taken on another very emotional day in terms of international Test cricket, because South Africa, for all the woes they've had, particularly with Test cricket, for them to lift the World Test Championship at Lord's back in June, and he was part of that winning South Africa team, and he scored the winning runs there. And something that I don't know if you picked up on this, but the BBC thought this was quite good, and I guess it is. Verena actually, first thing on, I'm losing track whichever day, but whichever day they won it, which was 2 days ago now, wasn't it? The actual winning of the day.
Yep.
He was part of the commentary team. He came up and joined the BBC commentary team with Dave for 30 minutes or so, maybe a bit longer, 45. And during that commentary, he said, "Mark my words, I'm going to be one that goes out there and scores the winning runs." And guess what? He was, and with a 6 as well. I mean, that's the other thing. The game is going along quite quietly, and then all of a sudden there's a real big burst of runs being scored really quickly to get to that 300, which is what they needed for the second batting point. This is turned away by Beddingham safely to the leg side. And, there were good numbers in, good support, and then, of course, they wrapped it up with the victory yesterday and lifted the trophy. So again, this is Bess in the bowls and defended by Beddingham. Talking of South African Test players, it's turned away onto the onside.
There's a bit of an irony. I think I'm right in saying Durham beat Notts in the early in the season.
Delivery is worked just to the left of the man at short leg. The only defeat.
Yeah. So, to get to the age and be sort of clinging on the last day when they've gone on to win the championship. Nottinghamshire came here and won by 163 runs back in May, and then Yorkshire held out for that draw down at Trent Bridge in the following match.
Bess, only from the far end, the Howard Stand end, and worked away onto the onside defensively, so utmost concentration needed by Beddingham and McKinney right now for Durham. They do not want to go down. Hampshire at the moment looking on, listening on, driven, and they'll go through for a quick single. Will they make it? Yes, they will. Driven to mid-on. You never want a silly run out, but you certainly don't want one of those today. But equally, there is such a clear danger here, Jonathan, of Durham just getting too much into their shell. That clearly has got to be a real red flag, isn't it, to this situation?
Yeah, look, you've got two top order batters here. If they play sensibly, they can be in the lead before tea, and that changes that's more or less job done.
And the wicket to McKinney, who punches that, and it stopped there in the covers. So you've got, where's the end of the over? So I won't tell you what the field was. I will try and remind myself to tell you later on. Durham trail by 93 runs, 36 for 2. McKinney on 2, and Beddingham on 7. If I may just do a little signposting for listeners who will be listening to us on BBC Sounds as watching the stream and everything today. BBC Sport website, of course, throughout the entire final day, along with the live text service. But on BBC Sounds on Sports Extra at around about 2 o'clock, there's a small matter of the Ryder Cup, and listeners will be transferred to that. But we will continue on Sports Extra 2, where we are right now, and that will carry on until just before 3 o'clock, when there's Premier League football. And then it will be the BBC Sport website. That's where you'll be able to pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
Jordan Thompson at the Kirkstall Lane end bowls a straight delivery at David Beddingham, which he firmly punches back down the pitch. 3 slips in place. There's a point. The ball been polished by Matt Milnes, who's in at extra cover. In fact, by Don Bess, I should say. Matt Milnes is at mid-on. Jack White at mid-off. And then deep, James Wharton is pretty square just in front of on the boundary edge on the western terrace side of the ground, and looks like Matthew Revis down at long leg as Thompson's in again, and that's played wide of Milnes. May not quite have the legs to go for 4. He's chasing it down. Nope, it will. Just beats Wharton in the end, who's the closest pursuer. Nicely played by Beddingham. He's at double figures and on to 11. I mentioned when I came back on air just before lunch, having a chat with Jack White's dad, who I was introduced to downstairs earlier on. We asked Jack about the name Kirtley. At the start of the season, when he'd first signed, he was kind of evasive, really. But his dad did confirm that he is named after Kirtley Ambrose. He was telling me a bit more about his background and career in cricket. Thompson is in, and that's blocked by Beddingham into the offside. So he played cricket at Penrith, Jack, from up that part of the world, and then played a bit for Timperley in Cheshire. And then he went to Australia. I think he said round about the time of COVID, played in Sydney, in the Sydney competition for Parramatta, and that was the real kick on for him that got him going into first class cricket when he returned with a go with Northamptonshire, as that's pushed into the offside to Jack White, right on cue by David Beddingham. He's certainly become a very good bowler. Brad speaking highly of him when we were down at Northamptonshire last year. And nothing that we've seen at Headingley and for Yorkshire this term would want to disagree with that opinion. Still 3 slips in place for the right-handed Beddingham, who's caught that towards the inside edge of the bat. Jordan Thompson in dramatic fashion with both hands on his head. They get a single there. Jordan with his familiar march back to his mark. He'll go through the usual routine of pulling up the shirt sleeve. It's always the right shoulder. He'll just yank that up as if he's never quite happy with how his shirt lays on him. He's now doing it with the left side as well. Just a change in the field for the left-handed McKinney, because Finlay Bean is out of slip and has been placed at point in the ring. Thompson comes in and bowls around about leg stump, and McKinney defends to complete the 29th over of the Durham second innings at 41 for 288, still behind, Kev.
I just noticed, I think these figures have been updated as well, that Emilio Gay and Alex Lees both missed out on 1,000 runs. They've ended up, if these have been updated fully, Gay ending on 954, Lees on 950. I think it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 9 players. Only 9 players past 1,000 runs. Ben Slater finishing on exactly 1,000 runs. Sibley top of the shop on 1,274, 16 ahead of the aforementioned Hasib Hamid on 1,258, and then on 1,173. Doji? Oh, it's harsh. Go on.
That could be Adam
Okay,
Lyth.
that's all right then. Beddingham on 12, turned away to the onside, and no run. And the other ones below Lyth on 1173. I won't go through all the numbers, just tell you who's past 1,000 as we see the next ball bowled, driven out there through extra cover. Nice looking shot from Beddingham. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. There's a fielder out there, and they'll pick up 2. So Sibley, Hamid, Lyth, John Simpson, Jake Libby, Worcestershire, despite the fact that his team have been relegated, James Rue of Somerset, James Coles of Sussex, Tom Abel of Somerset, and Ben Slater of Nottinghamshire. They're your batters who've passed 1,000 for the season in Division 1. This is worked back up to Bess, now in his 10th over, Durham at 43 for 2, and trailing by 86 runs. And Bess again. Just a few yards, edged out of reach of the man there at slip, and that's going to race actually quite quickly along the ground here and just pop over the rope now. It's Adam Lyth, who couldn't get close enough to it in that fielding position initially, and then has to go not so much running but a little bit of jogging after it to retrieve the ball. So that's 4 more for Durham, on to 47 for 2, now trailing by 82 runs in a game that they've got to make sure they don't lose to retain their Division 1 status for next season, and thereby sending Hampshire down following Hampshire's defeat. At the moment, Hampshire just need to be taking a look at that table and seeing they're 1 point ahead of them. But that may not last. That's through the legs of the fielder standing there at forward short leg, James Wharton. So we've got a leg slip, conventional slip, a forward short leg, and Bairstow the keeper. Bairstow having taken a good catch to remove Lees earlier for 18 off the bowling of Bess. Bess with figures of 1 for 12 so far. Last ball of his 10th over without a low full toss, and it's been played brilliantly by Beddingham. He was there to be hit, but he's done so gracefully. And he moves to 22. 51 for 2, Durham. Trail by 78 runs. I've forever been looking out there thinking the lights could be switched on at any moment, but maybe actually it's just got a little bit brighter. It got well, it was bright, wasn't it? 10:30 this morning. It looked really nice.
Yeah.
Then it clouded over. I thought we'd get a little bit brighter around lunchtime again. But it doesn't give the impression that it's going to be ideal for the rest of the afternoon. I think there could be 1 or 2 moments where the umpires maybe have to get together if it carries on like this.
Yeah, maybe so. The cloud does feel a bit lower than it was earlier on. There was cloud cover, but it was higher. So Jordan Thompson, who has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10 in what's his final day with Yorkshire County Cricket Club, is slanting his first delivery of the over across the face of Ben McKinney, and the left-hander shoulders, arms. Anne Wright, good afternoon to you. She says thanks for the great comms this season. I've watched the games on YouTube from down here in Cambridge. I'm hoping Durham escape and stay up in Division 1, as I also enjoy Martin's commentary when Durham play Yorkshire. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Who'd get relegated and promoted if it was based on which commentators you liked?
Sometimes you're a very naughty boy, you.
Yorkshire would definitely be at the foot of Division 2, I reckon, on that basis. I'll say it first before you do, as that's across the face of McKinney, who, again, leaves.
Dodgy, I'd say we're talking Ryman's League, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. I'm always overestimating my abilities. Yeah. Damien Ainsworth, who messaged in talking about why we're not celebrating some of the players' seasons, says to follow up his suggestion, we should celebrate the bowling of George Hill, which has been a thing of wonder. In years gone by, he may have been a shoo-in for an England tour, but that's impossible now, given his lack of express pace as Thompson bowls and McKinney defends up to Matt Milnes. I'm sure he's got the attention of some. Well, of course, he's got the attention of some, Damien, because he did get a run out with the Lions earlier, so he's on that radar. But yes, I think express pace at the very highest level clearly seems to be the concern. You certainly couldn't be concerned about his skills. I mean, dear me, the way he's bowled this season has been a revelation, and I've mentioned it loads of times, in fact. Probably ad nauseum to some very regular viewers or listeners. As in comes Thompson, that's turned to mid-wicket, where Best does the fielding. No run. If you're taking the better part of 50 wickets, 48 George has now got to his name at an average of less than 18. I think that's an exceptional effort back in Division 1. So yeah, you're very right to celebrate him, and I would say Jack White, the man who's just lobbing the ball back to Jordan Thompson here. The wickets he's taken at under 25. Very valuable addition to the side as Thompson bowls. Short ball. Again, McKinney has to be watchful because that doesn't bounce as much as I think he first thought, and he guided that very nicely down through fine leg for 4 runs. So 6 now to him. He's been very, very stoic out there for Durham. 40 deliveries. For his 6, he's batted for precisely an hour, and that's his first boundary. Michael says he's listening from a wet Dublin. Delighted that Yorkshire look like staying up. Well, they are. That's definite now. Unless by some miracle of cricket they lost this match. Thanks for all your pictures and comms on the internet. Winter well, he says. Same back to you, as that's turned into the leg side by McKinney to complete that over. You can get in touch, Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, at Jonathan Doidge's X, and just have a look for Jonathan Doidge on Blue Sky, because I can still never remember what the handle is.
So do you say that, by your reckoning, George is on 48 wickets?
Yes.
Yeah, so that places him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th of the most wickets in Division 1 in the County Championship. 48, 49 is James Porter, Jack Leach on 52, Carl Abbott on 56. And then I was talking earlier about Jake Libby and the runs in Worcestershire being relegated. You've got this situation here where Tom Taylor is the man right at the top of the tree with his wickets taken, a Worcestershire bowler. I think he had a good week this week as well, didn't he, Tom? But he's on 58. Carl Abbott's finished with 56. Jack Leach 52. They're past the 50 mark. Then on 49 is Porter. Their season's now over with a victory over Somerset. And 1, 2, 3, 4 places below George Hill is Jack White. This delivery taken low down by Bairstow. Ben Rain is on 44. There was a post on the BBC Sport website from our colleague Marty Emerson. It's Beddingham here on 22. Comes, spins back in. Oh, does that nearly find its way through Beddingham's defence? But he keeps it out. Where he put, and I couldn't agree more with this sentiment about Ben Rain. Back to that in a minute. Best to Beddingham. Down into the left boot. This time of Wharton. Forward short leg. You know, what every team would give for a Ben Rain. And the fact that he's ever present. Bowling, batting. Just terrific competitor and cricketer. Oh, just out of the reach. I'm not too sure that got anything on that in the end, but it did lift high away to the left-hand side for Bairstow to try and grab one with his back to us. Let's have a look at the front on this. Let's take a look. Oh, no, it was extreme movement, though, but out of one of the footmarks there. Got to be a little bit careful. In fact, just having a look at that, because we get a clearer view off the TV than we can with everybody's back to us, there's a lot of potential danger areas there, aren't there? Just seen that. Beddingham 22, 55 for 2, 74 runs, still the deficit for Durham. As again, it spins back into Beddingham. So, 74 runs, the deficit 55 for 2. Durham fighting hard here to retain their Division 1 status. In between Hill then and White, Ben Rain, I mentioned Ben on 44. Ian Bamber, he's been a good signing for Warwickshire on 43. Simon Harmer on 40. I won't keep on going down the list, but we've sort of reflected tops, batting and bowling of the championship. And both teams here with some representation.
Yep. Jordan Thompson to continue. 50 on his final knock with the bat. He'd love to finish with a few wickets to his name as well here today, I'm sure. And he makes his way in now. Round the wicket. And McKinney, solid defensive block into the offside, no run. Talked about the tinge of sadness with it being the end of the season. Certainly a tinge of sadness for me with Jordan on his way, because I've enjoyed watching him play. Just the sheer effort that he's put in for Yorkshire. I know there have been frustrations. I think we've all felt those, and he acknowledges that himself. But wholehearted, I think, unquestionably in his bowling here. And McKinney right in behind that. Jack White round to do the fielding. Wish him well in his days with Warwickshire. And of course he did reveal in his interview at Sussex just last week that he's not given up England ambitions. Don't know if you caught that or not, Kev, but he'd been saying that he's been pestering Harry Brook ever since he got the white ball presidency for England. And he'd like to go in the England T20 squad team at some point. He's not given up on that, he says. As that's turned in front of square on the leg side by McKinney, and they get a single. Still just on the right side of 30.
I was going to say age, yeah, okay. By that you mean 29? Or 28 even? I can look at that. You've got other things to do.
If he's not 29, he's not far off it. I can't remember exactly now.
Feels like he's been around for a little while. Not too long, but a little while.
2019 debut at Guildford.
28 years old. Yeah. Birthday, remember this, get him a card, 9th of October.
Yeah, there you go. So if he's not 29, he's not far off it. As Beddingham plays out into the offside and they get a single. 23 now to him, 57 for 2. So still pushing for that first wicket of this final day. Jordan. Don Bess has been tidy, very much so, at the Howard stand end. Getting through some work for his team.
Feels like it's getting darker.
Yeah, it does. I don't suppose Durham would mind a jot if it darkened and that was it. Thompson in and bowls, and McKinney plays into the offside. No running. You kind of sort of want cricket to finish the season rather than the weather, though, don't you, really?
Oh, 100%, my friend. That was one of the things about the Trent Bridge experience. You don't get this very often, actually. The champion county achieving what they need to achieve in terms of the final points at home, in front of their own crowd, and then able to go on and lift the trophy in front of the home support as well. You know, you can't do anything about it if it can happen, but terrific when it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he's left this one and gone. He has got a wicket on his final day, Jordan Thompson. A ball that tailed in towards the left-handed McKinney, who offered no bat against that delivery. And once he didn't, and that hit him, then you felt he was going to be in deep trouble. And the finger has been raised by Mike Burns. And a couple of high fives for Jordan Thompson then. And McKinney gone for 7 LBW from 46 deliveries, including one boundary.
How much did he enjoy this, Jordan Thompson, Look at his face. Anyway, look at this ball as well. Oh, bad mistake. I mean, wasn't doing too much. That's okay.
No, that looks fine. Yeah, I mean, it's offering no shot, so as long as it's hitting those poles, and it certainly looked like it is to me.
Well, smile on the face of Jordan Thompson. Not quite smiles on the faces of Hampshire, but a little bit of glee, enjoyment, maybe a cheer. I mean, it's a long way to hear the cheers at the moment of the people there on the south coast, but they will be cheering every wicket. And I've only been here today, obviously, but I'm told that it's been a great reception for Jordan this week here, which is to be expected, really, of course. This is what, a former Yorkie coming out to bat next. Will this be?
It is. It's Will Rhodes. Yeah, he's still a Yorkie. I mean, former Yorkie player.
Oh, gosh, you would have thought I'd have learnt my lesson to be so careful with my wording like that. No other county in the world would care, but here you've got to be so careful. Yes. Now, of course, he has been part of a championship winning county, but here he's got a fight to try and keep Durham up in Division 1. Bess in bowls and worked away. Just always a little concern on that leg side with Wharton there that it might just pop up, but it's played with more assurance than that from Beddingham for a single. He's moved to 24 and Durham to 58 for 3. Trail by 71 runs. Overs remaining 55.5. Should we get them all in? I mean, that's a column we've got to keep an eye on as well, isn't it? Of course it is. On this final day of the match, final day of the season. And all to play for here because Durham have got to fight hard. Yorkshire clearly up for trying to end the season with a victory. Pushed back to Bess by Rhodes. First ball he's faced. Got 2 slips in. Man, they're right in his eye line as well. Just a few yards in front on the offside, and Bess is in. Played to the leg side, the onside. No right, Will Rhodes. He goes for a bit of a wonder for a few yards.
I'll just pop out, Kevin, and let you have a smooth changeover with Marty.
Okay, next ball is again kept down onto the onside. Am I staying on? Is that what's happening? It is. Okay, that's good. I say it's good. I mean, I'm good because I'm enjoying myself. 58 for 3, trailed by 71 runs. And it'd be nice to catch up with Marty as well as we see Rhodes facing again around the wicket and push low to the right-hand side of the man at that catching position, close in on the offside. He's going to be. I mean, this is definitely going to be look away territory. Most of the remaining play here from a Durham perspective. Round the wicket. Oh, and that's got a little bit of turn, has it? Into the gloves. Oh, this is terrific bowling from Bess. Pressure is on. 58 for 3, trailed by 71 runs. Beddingham on 24. Rhodes, he had to get off the mark. Martin is alongside. I wasn't too sure if it was reverse psychology, Martin, but you have actually, it's been very sensible, pragmatic thinking from you since ever I arrived here this morning, and ever was, Martin, ever was, that the job is not done.
No, definitely not. And you're looking at a team who haven't won since May. They've only won 2 games. Their form's been pretty poor for a long time, and there's just a major lack of self-belief. And even when Hampshire were out this morning, I seem to be the only one who said Durham could still lose this. Nobody else here seemed to consider that. But here we are, 3 down. As Thompson's coming in here to bowl. And that's played nicely by Beddingham. That might go for 4. Agarwal's chasing after it towards the east stand. It has got there. One of the issues Durham have had here is they've been trying to bat out time, which is what Yorkshire did quite well yesterday. But Durham need to be building a lead, because if you're just going to sit in there and just block, then you're sitting ducks, aren't you? Wickets start to fall and suddenly you're thinking, hang on, we're 4 down here and we're still 60 behind or whatever. Pressure comes on. What I will say is there's a big band of dark cloud drifting towards us, and it's the sort of dark cloud which took the players off yesterday 3 times. So, but Durham just need a partnership here to push on, a 100-run partnership from somewhere. Thompson comes in again, and that's another wicket. Oh, they're absolutely throwing this away here.
It's Beddingham.
Beddingham has gone, and he's just half flashed at one. Durham are going to lose this. They have got such a gift from Surrey, and Beddingham has been caught behind.
Tails up for Yorkshire. They're bowling well
He's gone
here.
for 28. They are bowling well, but he's just flashed at a ball. No foot movement.
This is Thompson wanting the perfect send-off as well, isn't it? Caught by the keeper, Bairstow. 33 balls for that 28. Let's take a look at this again. Martin coming up on the replay here. Thompson in and...
It's miles from him, absolutely.
It is miles from him, but I mean the movement, and yeah, could have left that of course, but this is when the tension, I guess, kicks in, doesn't it?
Well, here's Ollie Robinson coming out. He hasn't had a run in weeks. He's struggling for form.
Get the impression that you're a little concerned. Well, I say professionally concerned here.
Well, I just saw situations developing this afternoon that other people didn't seem to think would develop because Yorkshire batted well, and you know it seemed to be a benign track, but you know, ball's still only 34 overs old. It's doing a bit. We've got a bit of cloud cover, and Durham are struggling here. They're still 67 behind.
Right. Well, for those that can bear it, if you're a Durham supporter, especially for those listening on BBC Sound Sports Extra, we'll be changing to the Golf and the Ryder Cup very, very shortly. Commentary continues in two places, on BBC Sounds for another hour or so, on Sports Extra 2, and also throughout the remainder of the season. That is this afternoon and this evening on the BBC Sport website and app. That is where you'll get coverage of this game and the others ongoing, but this one especially.
Thompson and Robinson, it's away down the leg side for four byes. There are still 54 and a half overs for Durham to try and survive here. That's obviously not taking into account any delays that could be caused by any bad light. But if you're a Hampshire fan or a Hampshire player, I wouldn't be going anywhere. You might get the biggest gift wrap present you've had since 2016. Durham 66 for 4, trail by 63.
Breeze is getting up as well here.
In comes Thompson again. That's left alone by Robinson. That was well wide of off stump. I don't know what the yelps are about.
The yelps are about the match situation. What's riding on it? The fact that it's Jordan Thompson on his last afternoon with Yorkshire, I guess.
Well, I don't know who thought that was clipping the stumps, because from up here it was nowhere near.
No, I grant you, but you can imagine a little bit of what's going off out there at the moment for Yorkshire and their supporters, and for Jordan. He really does want to end on a high here.
Thompson again comes in, and that's turned by Robinson very late down towards long leg for one run, so he's off the mark. Second or third ball, he's off the mark there.
Just going to mention something, repeat what was mentioned on Sports Extra just ahead of the lunch interval, but some interesting quotes from the Hampshire captain Ben Brown. That he did post their defeat earlier today against Surrey. 25 minutes it took for that final wicket to fall. 20 runs with the victory margin for Surrey. 33 still needed this morning when they started again. Hampshire failed to get them.
Thompson in again. This is turned away by Rhodes towards mid-wicket, no run. End of the over, 54 to go. Durham 67 for 4, trail by 62.
So Ben Brown said at the time it isn't confirmed, reference to the relegation, but he says it's looking likely now. So it's been a bit of a slow death with a bad light yesterday. The Yorkshire and Durham game still going on, and it is going on. He didn't know to what extent it would be going on, and this is going on with a capital G and an O. But he also went on to say it's been a really challenging year off the field as well as on it. There's been a lot to manage. There's been the point deduction on the wicket, which he referenced and, well, at the time, spoke of how unhappy he was. He says, I stand by that it was unjust. It's a game they played against Sussex earlier in the season. That delivery is kept down by Robinson, but not too far out of the reach at forward short leg. So he says, I stand by the fact it was unjust, that I feel difficult to cope with as a player. He goes on to explain more about that, which I will in this quote in a second. Defended into the offside. Oh, they'll go off for a single. The reason I got a little overexcited there was the fact that it seems if one was keen on the single and the other wasn't quite as alert. But they've gone through okay. No damage done. 68 for 4. So this is Rhodes, who cuts a figure of a man that's feeling a little bit of pressure out there, but he's composed his mind now to defend that back up to Bess. I'm saying that because he goes off for a bit of a stroll. Maybe that's his regular way of concentrating, but back and facing again now, still to get off the mark. Got a silly point run in front of him as well. That's just to the left, right, beg your pardon, of silly point. They'll go through one, so he will get off the mark and take Durham to 69 for 4, trailing by 60 runs. I'll complete this quote from Ben Brown at the end of this. This is tense stuff out here at the moment, Headingley, and it's definitely getting darker. The floodlights are on, and we're starting to see shadows being cast off the fielders here now. This could get interesting for the umpires as well. This is played out on the offside. There's plenty of space, but a man out on the cover boundary. They'll go through for 1, and Robinson will move to 3. 70 for 4, trailing by 59 runs. Yet we mentioned, I say it's in no time, because we did mention it was getting a little darker, but now the floodlights are on, and you can see seriously the effect they're having out there. Bess around the wicket, just pushed to the left this time. I've got that right, a silly point from the bat of Rhodes. So that's 70 for 4, trailed by 59 runs, 53 overs minimum remain of the game. So back to Ben Brown. Felt it was difficult to cope with as a player, that points deduction. People work hard, he says, in professional sport, and to have it essentially clipboard stuff, is the quote, to take 8 points off us. You want sport to be decided as a sport, not someone deciding whether the grass is right or wrong. We've been playing under pressure for the last month with no time to think or train. It's ended up with us losing 2 finals. Looks like we'll be going down. Well, that was him speaking this morning sometime between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, Martin. I wonder what he's thinking now, looking at the current score and the position.
Yeah. Peter Fox says, what on earth is going wrong with them? Handed a lifeline by Surrey and they appear to have a deck. Here's Thompson coming in. New over from the Kirkstall Lane end. It sits up nicely for Robinson and he cuts it firmly down to third man for 4. Deficit drops to 55. Ian Atkins sent a meme from Dad's Army which says we're doomed. Gaz says, I'm not enjoying this batting mindset from the lads. We should be batting with positive mindset. Hope this mindset doesn't bite us. In comes Thompson again, bowls. It's left by Robinson. Good leave.
You could do, I say you're professional. Durham could do without facing a bowler who's playing his last afternoon for the counter that he's grown
with
up
these
with.
Overhead conditions.
With these overhead conditions, but yeah, he's through the age groups and everything that he's achieved, and that's not really gone in Durham's favour either this afternoon, is it?
Dr. Kevin Tennant says, a match is getting serious when they send in Kevin Howells.
Not my fault.
Robinson behind this one, plays it up to White at mid-off. Ian Atkins says, I'm reminded of the old Sunderland fanzine, it's the hope I can't stand. Yeah. Phil O'Rourke, are Yorkshire going for an unlikely win, or are they mixing half-trackers with long-ups? They're bowling really well here, and they're putting a lot of pressure under Durham, and Durham having a crisis of confidence. Paul Stokes says purely going for occupation of the crease while not reducing the deficit at the same time will bite us, he says. Next ball's defended. Meldrew says if Durham can't bat the session out on a flat track, they don't deserve to stay up.
Does he go on and say, I don't believe it?
No.
Say he, I mean, maybe it's not a he, Meldrew.
Victor Meldrew.
Yeah.
Quite a few emails come in. Eric Bowes says, when Durham was still a minor county, I adopted Hampshire as my first-class county. Strange how their fortunes have become intertwined. Thompson in again. That's left alone by Robinson. And that is the end of the over. 52 to go. Durham are 55 behind. It's 74 for 4.
For those that argue, and there are still some people that argue that, why don't we play cricket maybe even earlier than April and even into the depths and beyond the end of September? Well, if you were one of those, may I suggest you come and sit in this chair that I'm sitting in the moment with the draft coming through the holes down below, and I think you might think now is a decent time to finish the season.
It's a bit chilly today, but it's been nice this week. Well, that isn't the over finish. There's one ball left. That is now the over finish. I think the Yorkshire players all thought it was. They all started ahead up the other end. So, Durham 74 for 4. Mervin's been back on the email. He said, I did mention innings defeat territory yesterday. Yeah, you did, Mervyn.
But Mervyn, just like everybody else, when you said it, you were trying to work reverse psychology onto the situation.
He also describes this as a complete season of ineptitude.
Well, all the umpires are together, Martin.
Oh.
The umpires are chatting. They would have taken a reading yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
And how does this compare, Martin, with what we had yesterday?
Well, I said that black cloud that's just drifting in could be an issue, but there's...
We're carrying on, by the way, at the moment, but
it's coming up from the south, but there are certainly light skies on the way.
The umpires can't see that.
Yeah. No.
So don't tell them, Martin, don't tell them.
Well, if this doesn't take them off, then I think they'll be fine for a while now.
Okay. Is Live going to be doing a bit of bowling there? I don't know, maybe he's just doing a few stretches. There it slipped, the 2 slips, and there's a silly point in, and this is Rhodes working that delivery from Bess to the onside for no run. 52 overs remain for Durham as things stand, with the 6 wickets standing to retain their Division 1 status. That's pushed up towards mid-on, but for no run. What an afternoon to finish off this 2025 season. Bess around the wicket. Oh, goes forward to that and then just in front of silly point. Goes off for a bit of a walk as well. Utter concentration needed, but not too tense. Get too tense and it will pop up there to the man at silly point, and maybe the slips. Oh, and that's a little sharp ball as well, which he manages to keep down and out. It's not just keeping that ball out, is it? You've got to keep it down when you've got all that close attention around you on the offside to the left-handed Rhodes here. And bowling into where you've got those footmarks. We talked about it earlier. And Bess is around the wicket again. Reaching forward to this one is Rhodes. We've got Wharton, who's there at silly point. Bairstow obviously very close behind Will Rhodes there. I wonder if he's offering any suggestions on how to bat in this situation. That one's driven along the ground though to mid-on, and that's complete. So no, people are uncertain. Is that an over or not? Some are walking. The umpire isn't. He's not. He doesn't seem sure. It's almost as if the umpire's thinking, well, if everybody else thinks it's the end of the over, I'll maybe agree with you.
The scoreboard was all over the place for a minute there, and then it's...
he's put there. I tell you what he is doing, is he's putting the lighter meter...
That's why light's been warming up then.
Yeah, that's it. Say the light meter. He's putting it at the far end at the moment.
They're not going up, I don't think, but Durham fans... Don't get carried away by the idea that light might save the situation, because there are much brighter skies on the way.
The call must have been it's okay, because Lyth had taken his jumper off. He's now putting it back on. He's going to take his position at slip. And confirmation that George Hill is going to be coming on to bowl. So that reading must have been okay.
Yeah.
He's bowled 7 overs as George Hill, 6 maidens. 1 for 5. Naughty.
Hill, right arm over, Kirks the lane end. Robinson plays that to Agarwal, backward point, no run. It is quite breezy out there. It was quite chilly when I nipped out at lunchtime. You see the trees moving around there with the wind. It's difficult. I can't see any flags, so I'm trying to work out which direction the wind is coming from. Certainly up at cloud level, the weather's coming in from the south, but just trying to work out which way the wind is blowing here. Hill in again. Robinson plays this to short mid-wicket, no run there.
It's quite the statement, isn't it, these days? Can't see any flags.
No. There was one somewhere. Oh, there, right. So the flag at half-mast for Dickie Bird is pointing north. So, and it's at full pelt.
But surely that's an omen. It's pointing in the direction of Chestler Street.
You reckon? Might be pointing towards the junction of the A1 and the A59. Here comes Hill. That's defended by Robinson. So Durham are still 55 behind. They're 4 down at 74 for 4.
Three slips. Bess, Lythe, Bean, alongside Bairstow. All going down here now.
Hill. Forward comes Robinson. The ball played out into the cover area. Dot ball.
Well, it certainly, I can't imagine anybody would have been through it, but just in case any were concerned, Hampshire supporters, that Yorkshire, having found safety today, we're not going to be putting in the hard yards for the remainder of the game. Let me tell you, they certainly are.
Hill in again. Oh, that's worth a shout. It's knocked Robinson over. He's out. Durham do not look long for this world. They are facing an innings defeat here and relegation when survival was handed to them gift wrap this morning. Robinson's gone again cheaply. He's had a really poor season this year. He's out for 7 and Durham are 74 for 5. And the umpires are having a chat again.
But it is just a chat, isn't it? They're not. The body language suggests it's just a chat, as opposed to concerns about looking up and around and about the cloud cover and the light and that sort of thing. I'd love to see the replay on this, because Robinson was not at all convinced there. I think he thought maybe he'd was doing a little bit too much. Let's take a look at this. So this is Hill coming into bowl on the replay here now. Take a look at that. Oh, I don't know.
Did he get an inside edge onto the pad there?
Well, he didn't do, and I'm pleased he didn't, because I don't like it. He didn't sort of hold the bat up at all and make that sort of signal. Let's take a look at this a little closer. Well, he might have done. But actually, I think that was going to go on and hit. I think that was. No, yeah.
Leg stump, maybe?
Yeah, leg stump, definitely. So that's why the doubt in my mind. But I think so. But yeah, did he get anything on it? It wasn't one of those of, and I always try to be a little bit careful when you're looking at, the batter's reaction, because some of the best pros will always make out as they were never out, of course. But it wasn't one of total disbelief, was it? And usually it's a look of disbelief if you got some bat on it. Perhaps he just thought, from his perspective, maybe he thought it was just doing a little bit too much. But what's going to happen when you pick up the paper tomorrow morning, Martin?
Well,
it's going to be showing that he was out.
Yeah. And it may well be showing that Hampshire are a Division 1 team.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Graham Clark, this is for Durham, in now to bat and faces that delivery from Hill into the offside. Sorry, but you seem very busy telling the world that in other ways what's going on here. That's the end of the over and over in which Hill has come back and taken the second wicket from his 8 overs. of which 7 have been maidens. 5 runs conceded. George Hill, which by my reckoning now takes him, I think, 49 wickets. I think he's just one shy of the 50 mark now. It's George. Hello to Bill Musto. Lovely to hear from you. Bill has been in touch. I'll be travelling across there to Scarborough, because I always like to get across to Scarborough during the winter time. It reminds me of better times to come next summer again. Bit of summer by the sea. But here, this is 10 stuff here for Durham. 74 for 5, 50 overs remain. Best bowls and defended by Rhodes. Again, lots of close attention. Still Lythe is warming up, because I reckon he thinks, maybe they think, that at some point they're going to be told one of the 2 slip fielders at the moment, and that's worked onto the onside by Rhodes. The pressure upon Durham. They're going to be asking for helmets here. Yeah.
Is there a phoenix rising on the south coast, I wonder? Hampshire going to live to see another day.
Well, that they will, but it's whether... in which division.
Yeah.
And that's worked well onto the onside by Will Rhodes, who's there on 1 of how many? 17 balls. He's been out there for 25 minutes, and they've not been the most pleasant 25 minutes of his life. They may turn in to be, as he defends that one again towards City Point, if he can help Durham get out of this mess they seem to be in at the moment. Still trailing by 55 runs at 74 for 5. Bess around the wicket. Oh, pushed down into the ground, just out of the reach of Wharton again. He's the man that's in the action all the time, isn't he? Oh, and he just moves a little to his left-hand side. But the legs further apart, so he's got room to move right or left. Crouches down. He's a man who's just waiting to grab anything that might pop up. Will it pop up from Rhodes? No, because he works it the other side this time. Through square leg. We'll go through for 1. Oh, what clever, nifty work that was to allow them to go back for 2. Will there be a third? No, just the 2. I mean, getting the runs is important. You know, you get rid of that deficit and it will make some sort of an impact on things. It was Finlay Bean who managed somehow to miss the ball, and then a little bit of neat work with his, or unneat work with his right and left boot, kicked the ball further on. Okay, so what we got here, we've still got pace bowling of George Hill. We've seen no further action with the light meter from the umpires, so we continue with the floodlights on and shadows being cast for these forces. I mean, we're told if you see all the shadows coming off the players, that suggests life is not too good out there, light-wise, and that we can see that. It's very obvious. What I would say, though, perhaps, is that it doesn't necessarily stay that way for more than a couple of minutes, and then it improves again, and so it's not consistently like that.
George Hill is he needs 1 more wicket now for 50 this year. Comes in and bowls. That's cut, and that is out. Clark has gone. I will be surprised if Durham survive to tea here. They are heading for an innings defeat, and this is woeful from Durham. Handed survival this morning by Surrey. They just needed to bat the day out, and this is dreadful from them. 76 for 7. They trail by 53. And Clark has gone for a duck. You cannot make this up.
You spoke, Martin, of confidence, lack of confidence. You spoke about when they've last won, and that is what I'm seeing playing out in front of us here right now. Put under the pressure they're under here. Graham Clark's better than that. He's better than that.
Well, George Hill's got his 50 wickets. Well done him. Well, is Ben Rain going to come out and try and save the day for Durham again? He's done his best to try and keep them going. He got a century in the first innings. He's got a fifer in the Yorkshire innings. I'll tell you what, if you're down in the south coast, you want to get that barbecue stoked up. Get a few tinnies in the fridge, because there might be celebrations in the Hampshire area a little bit later this afternoon.
I think they might just go for the tinnies only today.
Yeah.
Well, not all hardy souls like you, Martin. Barbecuing well into the winter.
I haven't had a barbecue at all this year, actually, despite how
on the
nice it's
Riviera?
been. Yeah.
Look forward, by the way, those lovely winter pictures and photos of yours of the glimmering water. Keep me going through November and December on these sunny mornings. Nice to see those. Well, Hill is putting in some sort of show here, isn't he? 3 for 5.
Hill round the wicket then to Ben Rain. He comes in, he bowls, turned away, off through the leg side. I don't know where the ball's gone. Where is it? It's gone down a long leg for 1. Off the mark.
I wasn't going to be too concerned about signposting this afternoon on where you're going to be able to hear the commentaries. I mean, obviously got the stream going on, but it's got to the position now where I really do need to be signposting. Coming up towards 3 o'clock, it'll be Premier League football on Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sounds, where we are at the moment. So throughout, uninterrupted, is the BBC Sport website and app. Go to the cricket section.
Next ball from Hill to Rhodes. Rhodes forward to that one, plays it up to mid on, no run there.
Just briefly in other matters, Northamptonshire trying to, well, they are holding up the Leicestershire party before they can lift that second division trophy. They're now 317, Northampton still 183 off the target, but Leicestershire.
Next ball, spits of it, Rhodes, he fends it away one-handed.
Leicestershire will know by the end of the day, they'll be getting the tinnies out, a few of them. Stay down in Northampton, that's where they'll have the trophy presented, but not too far a journey back up the M1 to Leicester, where there may be a bit of a party tonight. They've probably had a few parties already.
Nando's in Northampton might have done a bit of
do you recommend
this week. Turned down towards fine leg this time by Rhodes. He was onto that quite late. Hill with his hands on his face there, thought he'd got it through the defences. Deficit is 51.
Quite literally, the storm is brewing here with wind whipping up. You might be right about it. They may have sent an ill wind from the south coast
Maybe.
up here to blow across.
Maybe it's Kevin James blowing as hard as he can. Rain is on strike. Durham 78 for 6. Hill bowls. Rain defends. The over. 48 overs to go, but they've only batted out 41. Deficit 51. There we are, confirmation of George Hill's 50th championship wicket of the season. That's the first time he's done that. Stad was in here yesterday afternoon. He'll be quite pleased.
Well, it depends really. If you came to any agreement ahead of the season, I'll give you a tenner for every wicket you take. I mean, he's not so pleased.
Aren't they?
He thought he was being an encouraging dad, and now he's thinking, what was I doing?
I think they're all Studley Royal, aren't they? Sort of Ripon way.
I don't know.
Fountains Abbey.
Okay, Rhodes is on 4 here and worked through the legs. Just about kept down on the leg side off the bowling of Bess, who's twirling away there in his 16th over, 15.1 over 6 maidens, 1 for 22, putting further pressure on Durham. 4 wickets standing, 47.5 overs to bat out to stay in Division 1. Bess in again. Ooh, a little turn and use of the wrist to keep it down and out of the reach of the man at Silly Point from Rhodes. Oh, and the chest, he goes for a walk and sort of expands the chest a little to take in a little more air. We may have to take a canister or two out to the middle for him at some point. That's worked away onto the onside for no run. I mean, look, he's a wonderful cricketer, but you can tell he's feeling the pressure. 100% feeling the pressure. 27 balls faced for his 4 runs so far, but it's about staying there. He just waits and... Ooh, another turning ball into the gloves of Bairstow. Wow. I was just thinking
I
about
couldn't even
Rhodes.
see where that had gone there.
I'm just looking at Rhodes, and obviously Ryder Cup weekend. He's like a golfer that's going for the biggest putt of his life. Almost every delivery he's facing, as he waits, he crouches, he waits. As Bess again comes in, and keeps that one down again, just to the left-hand side of Silly Point. Off for another little stroll. Back again, if it's working for him, that's just fine. He's on 4, 78 for 6. Bess around the wicket. It's probably one of the more assured shots to finish off the over from Rhodes. 78 for 6. Just having a look on the screen, there are certain signs that perhaps the season needs to come to an end. Looking at those coats, I wonder what have they got on that cardboard.
They're Hampshire fans, aren't they? They're going to say it's going to be a sign saying Hampshire fans, thank you, Yorkshire.
Dad's got a few layers on there. He has, yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, look out! Here we are. Tomo, please, can I have your top for Jordan Thompson?
Jordan Thompson's last match, and they're after his top.
Hey! Well, I hope you get it now. Lovely to see you this afternoon. They're on the screen. Oh, he's not bothered about Tomo's. He's not bothered about Tomo. He just wants another cap. That's what he wants.
Here's Hill coming in the ball to Rain. Rain fends that off to the leg side. No run there. Hill so far 3 for 7. From 9.1 overs, 7 maidens. What a spell. Paul Stokes says, let's be honest, this team deserves to be relegated. This is just abject surrender, he says on Blue Sky. What on earth is happening, asks Alexander Clifford. If you cannot bat 2 sessions out, they don't deserve to stay up, says Dean. Hill around the wicket with a short one. It's gone down the leg side to the keeper. I'm trying to think what the forum's looking like at the minute online.
May I say, on behalf of everyone at the BBC, that whatever they're saying, can you please not repeat it?
Jane says, flaming Nora, this is atrocious.
Yeah, that's okay if you can.
Around the wicket comes Hill, and that's a nice cover drive.
Brilliant.
For 4 there from, straight drive really from Ben Rain. He's put it inside the line of mid-off. A rare boundary. Durham now by 47. Alexander says, I felt for a while we deserved to go down, and the players clearly agree. Well, their confidence is absolutely shot. That's the issue here.
Well, it is confidence, Martin, because we know that they're much better cricketers than this. They've proved it down the years.
Well,
these are good cricketers. I know.
Underachieved this year.
Yeah.
Hill comes in, bowls. Rain forward to that, gets an inside edge, goes off down towards long leg for 1. Agarwal comes up to field from in front of the tavern stand. The sky's getting lighter actually. There seems to be some sunshine in the distance. Who knows, it might help batting rather than...
Well, there is that element. We're talking about... Good point. We talk about the light as if, Durham might needed to get off the field of play. Actually, the cloud is helping Yorkies here, no doubt.
Hill with a full-length ball played up to mid-off by Rhodes, dot ball. Every time Rhodes plays a shot, he goes for a walk off the square leg. There's still 46.1 overs to go here. Durham trail by 46 runs. They are 83 for 6. Unless somebody can put a partnership together, they are not long for this world, and they'll be in Division 2 next year. Comes Hill again, bowls. That's played up to White at mid-on, no run there, end of the over. It was about this time yesterday afternoon that Hampshire were going along nicely. There was 61 for none, and Durham looked consigned to their fate yesterday. The body language in the field, just an air of resignation, and then suddenly out of nowhere,
Jordan Thompson just leaving the field down here. It's probably just for a comfort break. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, a lifeline, an unexpected lifeline. Hampshire collapsed from 61 for none, all out, and lost by 20 runs to Surrey. the news of that came through just as Durham was starting their second innings today. So Yorkshire knew they were safe. And for Durham, basically bat out 2 sessions and they were 2. And here they are, 83 for 6.
Well, the trees rustling away there. Wind's quite strong. Bess around the wicket. Into the onside off the bat of Rain, who's on 6. 83 for 6. Trail by 46. Planes go over. I wonder if they're aware what's taking place down here on terra firma. In the air, could be a catching opportunity. Is he going to go? Yes, he is. This is Rain who's gone. Caught out there at extra cover. He was up there for quite some time. Bess has got himself a second wicket. And that now is 7 down for Durham with 45.4 overs remaining for them to try and see out the day. They trail by 46 runs. Rain can't believe it. Hammers the bat into the ground. Well, I'm not too sure what he was trying to do there. I'm going to say it got held up in the wind or whatever. I mean, it was quite a tricky one for Revis just to keep his eye on to make sure he got into the right position to take the catch. Let's take a look at this again. Comes down the pitch. Oh, he's looking to lift it, I think, on the onside, and he's got it all wrong. Real swipe at the bat as well. He's angry with himself. He's using the feet, and he's looking there to lift it away over mid-wicket, isn't he? And the catch is taken by Revis, and he's gone for 6. 11 minutes, 8 balls. Oh, it's the pressure that's got to them. But can we just, I think we'd all agree here, along with the pressure, this is terrific from Yorkshire. Their mind has been on it. They really have been focused here. There's no end of season, oh, we've done our job, we've stayed up attitude at all from the Yorkshire bowlers. Keeping on asking questions. Now Potts has come out to join Rhodes. I'm not too sure if Will Rhodes can say much to him, apart from don't look at the scoreboard.
7 down, still 46 behind. What were they trailing by again? It was 120 or something?
Even more gather around the batter here now. It's going to be Potts facing.
129 they were when they came out.
And you've got silly point, forward short leg, leg slip, a slip. Got a man just behind square on the leg side as well. Deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Bess in bowls to Potts. Turns and lifts up into Potts for him to keep that ball down. Faces his second ball. It's in again, a little quicker this time. Kept down onto the leg side, through to mid-wicket. I mean, Rain was just trying to be so positive, I guess. I mean, he's had a terrific game to date, hasn't he? A wonderful game. But it didn't come off there. Best balls again. Oh, in the air, taken, catch low down, out! Caught at forward short leg. Potts is the latest to have gone. It's now 8 down, and this is an almighty collapse from Durham. Facing the pressure of relegation, seemingly being handed today a gift this morning from Southampton. They're not accepting that gift. And Yorkshire piling more and more pressure on. How on earth can Durham get out of this mess now? Bean takes the catch close in. Just 3 balls faced by Matthew Potts. And I'm afraid right now Durham are steering eyeball to eyeball the second division.
My worry was when they came out to bat that they wouldn't have the stomach for the fight, and they have capitulated. I suggested this as a scenario in the press room last night, and everybody said no, not on this wicket, but I just had a horrible feeling something like this would happen. I had messages from people this morning when Hampshire lost, and I said it's not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination yet. Durham are not safe. And they have absolutely caved in here. I don't even think they're going to make it to tea.
Caught it forward short leg. We had a little look at the replay. For one moment I just wondered whether that ball actually got into the ground, but then I didn't know it just carried out there seemingly to to forward short leg. Finley Bean was prowling, waiting, anticipating what's going to pop up for him. And the other thing to bear in mind here now, Martin, is questions being. I mean, Will Rhodes obviously is about it, but now questions are being asked, and the pressure is upon the bowlers now. This is not their craft and their skill to specialise in. And I'm afraid there's little help coming from the light. I mean, the floodlights are on, but it does look to be improving. Daniel Hogg is the new batter. Hold on, what are we waiting for here? More helmets to come out? How many do you want crowding around? At the moment, they've got 4 plus the keeper. Daniel Hogg with Bess bowling from the far end, looking for another wicket. LBW appeal and out! 2 in 2, another wicket in this over for Bess. Hogg is the latest to have gone. LBW. And he turns, trudges off, rattling through them now. And there seemingly is absolutely no answer from Durham. And, well, you can't quite imagine what they are thinking down there in Hampshire right now, because they were looking on from a distance thinking when they lost that game this morning, that was it. They knew that mathematically it wasn't it. They knew that still there was this game to finish. They knew that, but deep down they thought, no, it's not going to happen. Believe me, it's happening.
Wow.
I mean, this is just another...
Hampshire have been given 2 lifelines by Durham.
Yeah.
10 years apart. Can you believe it?
Kafari comes out now.
Best on a hat-trick, is he?
Yes, he will be, yeah. Yeah, it has really puzzled me. I didn't think it would be easy, Marty, but I didn't think it would quite play out this way. I mean, full credit to Yorkshire, who've just kept at it throughout as well. It's been quite stunning stuff.
Oh, he might not get his chance for his hat-trick because that was the end of the over.
That was 3 wickets, 1, 2, 3 in 5 balls. 3 wickets in 5 balls. Rain, Potts and Hogg.
Here's Hill coming in to look to finish things off, bowling to Rhodes. Rhodes turns this out through mid-wicket. I hope Hampshire fans have been listening to this today and they haven't just turned the radio off and gone off to do other things in the belief it was all done and dusted. What a capitulation this has been from Durham. Unbelievable. That 41st over, wickets in the second ball and the 5th and the 6th. In comes Hill round the wicket to bowl to Rhodes. Rhodes plays this up to mid on, no run there. I don't know why I felt this was going to happen, but I just had this horrible feeling yesterday that even if Durham got that last wicket first thing today and they were given a lifeline by Hampshire, they wouldn't take it. Hill in. That's worth a shout. I think it's going down the leg side. He's given up, it was.
I can't have a minute's peace, can I?
No.
I've just gone off for a sit down for half an hour. And this?
I can't even keep up with everything that's happened. So it was caught behind for Hogg. Well, the hierarchy at Durham have got some questions to answer here, haven't they? Lots of questions. Rhodes on 6. Hill bowls inside edge onto the front pad from Rhodes there. Two balls left of this over. The next ball is the halfway point of survival, and then 9 down. We've had 44. In fact, we've just gone past the halfway point. We've had 44 bowled, 44.4 bowled, 44.2 to come.
Hill in. That's out. That's the end of Durham. They're in Division 2. And Hampshire, you cannot believe your luck today that Durham have been as bad as they have. They have lost by an innings and 43 runs. An utter capitulation. Gifted an absolute lifeline this morning. They've thrown it back in the fire this afternoon. They've lasted 44.5 overs. What a shameful performance. They're relegated and they will be in Division 2 next year, and you could not make this up. Hill finishes with another wicket as he gets Rhodes LBW 4-6.
Yeah, 6 from 37 deliveries for Will Rhodes, the last man out in Division 1 cricket for Durham for the time being. And what a day for George Hill with the ball. What a season for George Hill with the ball. Finishes with 4 for 14 there from 10 overs and 5 deliveries, 7 of which were maidens. I don't think any of us expected this on the final day. It was about survival for both these counties. Yorkshire's was assured earlier today with that win by Surrey against Hampshire, who must have felt, they must surely have felt that their time in Division 1 for the moment had also come. But, well, goodness me, as Marty says, what a capitulation by Durham. And, you know, you have to say, harsh as it sounds, that when you're playing for your first division lives on a pitch that has looked good throughout, if you're shot out for 85 on the final day, then I think you probably have got what you deserve. Yorkshire winners by an innings and 44 runs. And there are other things at play, of course, here as well, apart from relegation matters, as the umpires leave the field of play. And for the final time for Yorkshire, Jordan Thompson and Matthew Milnes also leave the field of play. JT, of course, capped player, 7 seasons with the county, kisses the badge on his cap as he acknowledges the applause of the crowd and of Matt Milnes, who follows him on after his 3 seasons with the club, which unfortunately due to injury have been slightly less productive, but nonetheless he's played well when he's had the opportunities. And they're followed by captain Johnny Bairstow, who, well, was around, of course, at the back end of last season and has carried his team through Division 1 this time around. It was not secure going into this final day, but it looked like they were favourites to hang on, and hang on they have done so. With a victory, as I say, that I think many of us are surprised about, because you might have imagined that if that was to come, it would be much, much deeper into this final day. And as it turns out, at just about 20-3 on the final afternoon, they have wrapped it up. As I say, goodness me, Marty.
I'm just looking at the absolute carnage that is my scorecard here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players failed to get to double figures. Only Lees with 18 and Beddingham with 28 got anywhere. Gay out for 9, McKinney for 7, Robinson for 7, Clark a duck, Rain 6, Potts a duck, Hogg a duck, Rhodes 6. You cannot make that up. You really cannot make that up. That is appalling from a Durham point of view. They need to have a massive rethink about the way they're doing things in the winter. Right the way through the team. Why do so many bowlers get injured? Why were so many batsmen out of form for such a long period of time? The captaincy, everything needs to be looked at there. All the way up to the top.
And so, the card, well, David Beddingham, 28, top scoring. Alex Lees made 18. Nobody else has made double figures. 9 for Emilio Gay, 7 for Ben McKinney. Will Rhodes, last man out, for 6. Ollie Robinson, 7. Graham Clark without scoring. Ben Rain for just 6. And then ducks for both Matthew Potts and Daniel Hogg. And Shafiqullah Ghaffari not out, nor having not faced a delivery. There were just 4 extras. All of them buys. 85 all out. Jack White, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Very, very good first season with Yorkshire. Matthew Milnes, good last season when he's been able to come to the party. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 on the day. George Hill, brilliant. 51 first class wickets in County Championship this year. 10.5 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 14. Outstanding figures. And Don Bess finishes with 17 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 22. Similarly outstanding figures. Jordan Thompson, well, great that he was able to finish with that half century, and then 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25 on his final day's play. He's left those supporters at Yorkshire who love him with something to remember him by. And so, back with that league table. Can finally find it online. And it's going to look
got some messages coming in
like
here.
This.
Well, Durham have ended up 1 point behind Hampshire, haven't they? They didn't get the 8 for the draw, so they've gone down by 1 point. They survived here by half a point in 2006, but not this time.
Yeah, so top of the tree, Nottinghamshire 225, Surrey 208 and Somerset 181. Sussex, they won their final match, finished on 172, along with Warwickshire and Essex, but Sussex top of the tree as far as those 3 are concerned. 4th, Warwickshire 5th, Essex 6th, Yorkshire will finish 7th, 152 points. There should be more than that, shouldn't there, because of the win, so that should be up to 168. Yeah, 168 points, that's correct, thanks Graham. 145 for Hampshire, as Marty says, 1 point above Durham, who are relegated, along with Worcestershire, who made just 103 points. And we know, of course, that Leicestershire and Glamorgan, the 2 teams who are going to replace them in Division 1 in 2026.
Alright, so Scott Reed can book the Roker Hotel, I suppose, for next season. And be a trip to Canterbury as well. And a reunion with Fletcher Derby. Right, well, I've got that. I really don't know what to say. I did predict this last night, and everybody at the press box said, no way will that happen, not on this wicket. I just had this inner feeling something horrible was going to happen today, even if Hampshire lost. I will finish with this, people. Winter well.
Miriam in Brighton, just to finish off a few bits of correspondence. As the ground staff get an ovation as well, Richard Robinson and Gaz down beneath us, having brought the stumps off. Hi Jonathan, says Miriam, tense in my household. The husband's a Hampshire lad, weren't expecting this. He said, if Yorkshire do this, I'm going to buy a flat cap and a whippet. Well, you'll be on the way down to the pet shop and the local milliners on the back of that then. Don't tell anybody that County Championship, don't anyone tell me County Championship isn't exciting, says Miriam down there in Brighton. Yeah, scenes in the long room, according to Dave Wilford, the long room across on the east side of the ground here. And Dave Fernley with a shot of his own television screen at home says there were only 6 down when I went to make a cup up. That is that for 2025. Yorkshire winning by an innings and 44 runs in this final game. Durham go down, and I think probably time to wrap things up, fellas. Just to say, from Yorkshire's point of view, for 2026, having done what they've done today and ensured that they're playing at this level, and as we said earlier, they'll want to strengthen things and try and make sure that they're not in this position next year, and that they are more like 4 places from the top, or even better than 4 places from the bottom of the championship table. I'd like to thank all of those involved with the club for their cooperation with our broadcast this year as well. Excellent as ever. And all to my colleagues as well, wishing them that they all winter well. Graham Colley, many thanks for your input during this match, and Kev Sharp, of course, the godfather of County Championship broadcasts on the BBC. We've had him on today, Kevin Howells as well. for his tireless efforts during the season, the many miles he clocks up, and the fact that he's got to be over it with everybody. Brilliant job. And we wish you all the best with a safe journey home, Marty, as well. Thanks to everybody for all your correspondence. And it is a long winter ahead of us once again. For some of us, it will feel longer than others. From Headingley and the 2026 county season, 2025 county season. Do you like that? From Headingley, the 2025 county season. Goodbye.